Chapter 9:31. 2 days later, in the alien ball, the sunlight shone on the earth through the sparse leaves, turning into spots and falling on a group of ghost-faced monks. The ghost monk team of more than 200 people was silent and disciplined. They were resting in a mountain forest. On the top of a mountain in the distance, the Chui and Li Haoge stood side by side. Their eyes were fixed on an ancient tower not far away from the mountain. That ancient pagoda towered into the clouds and had an antique feel to it. Only the Ghost-Faced Monk clan could create such a thing. In front of the ancient tower, a group of people were negotiating. It was the team led by Jiang Xiao, Yu Qin, the blind lady, and He Yun. The four of them were standing in a messy wild grass. Behind them were Jiang Zhao's 7 golden companion disciples. In front of them were the 7 disciples of Jiang Zhao's silver companions. They let out a series of eerie, ghostly howls as they negotiated with a group of ghost-faced monks that were mixed with all kinds of fish and dragons. Obviously, the group of monks that were a mix of good and bad were the masters of this ancient pagoda. Jin Hui leaned over with her hands on her knees and leaned close to Jiang Zhao's ear. She was translating the conversation of the ghost monks. She did a good job of translating in real time, so that Jiang Zhao's team of 4 could grasp the process of the negotiation. Jin Hui, welcome. You are very welcome to join us. We desire a strong clan, but we also desire a strong opponent. Jiang Xiao was quite curious about how Jin Hui could understand the meaning of the meaningless ghost roars. The language of the ghost monk clan was really unique. There's no need to translate. Jiang Xiao looked up at Jin Hui and said, I can understand. Jin Hui, strictly speaking, there was no need for this negotiation. Jiang Xiao and the others had absolute power and could forcibly occupy the top of the ancient tower. However, under the suggestion of the Silver Companion disciples, they were prepared to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Under normal circumstances, the ghost-faced monks would accept other ghost-faced monks. They were eager to expand their clan. Expanding their power was secondary, but the main thing was that they would have more opponents. The aggressive ghost-faced monks not only accepted their clansmen, but also opponents who were willing to fight. Jin Hui, what are humans? Is it those 4 little fellows? Jiang Xiao and Yu Qin looked at each other in dismay. In terms of body size, their team of 4 was indeed little guys. In front of him, Yin picked up the halberd and let out a hoarse voice. Jin Hui, who was behind the group of 4, continued to translate. This is the weapon that the humans made for us. They will also build a stone wall around this ancient tower, transforming this place into a city to prevent other races from stealing our light pillars. The leader of the other party was obviously a companion. It raised its black, ghostly claws and used its sharp and long nails to gently touch the sharp Jing character on the heavenly halberd, emitting a crisp sound. Ding ding, 10 minutes later, with a whistle from Yu Qin, an army of ghost-faced monks rushed out from the jungle. Under the lead of De Chui and Li Haoge, the masked monks quickly rushed over. Other than the sound of their footsteps, there was no other sound. Such a scene caused the masked monks of the local ancient pagoda forces to be dumbfounded. The ghost monk clan that followed Jiang Xiao and the others out of the ancient Yi Tower were all elites among elites. That murderous aura covered the sky and earth as it swept towards the local ghost monk team. For a time, killing intent filled the air. The eyes of the ghost monk team were blazing, and they all looked eager to give it a try. Obviously, they couldn't wait to fight, and this so-called battle was naturally one of the contents of the negotiation. With Jin Hui's real-time translation, Jiang Xiao also knew what was going to happen next. Since he had chosen this place as his new base, a friendly sparring was naturally possible. This was beneficial to his side, and it would form a good deterrent force. Jiang Xiao said, Li Haoge, choose 20 giant blade ghost monks and go meet them. In the end, the ones who stayed here were De Chui and Li Haoge. At this time, Jiang Xiao arranged for Li Haoge to lead the team and let the other party see what exactly a human was. Li Haoge stepped forward and said directly, There's no need for 20. 7 golden companions, follow me. Li Haoge held the scimitar with a heroic spirit. Behind him, the 7 personal disciples of Jiang Shao rushed out with their giant blades without saying a word. The silver companions who were negotiating at the front made way. A fake sparring, a real deterrent, unfolded in front of the towering ancient pagoda. Jiang Shao watched the golden companions who advanced and retreated in a formation and killed in all directions. He said to the Chue beside him, "There are nearly 200 local monks. Including us, the top of this ancient pagoda can also be considered a force." Everyone looked at the world from a different perspective. Jiang Shao looked at the strength of the population, while the Chue looked at the surrounding environment. This place was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the environment was very good. However, the lonely ancient pagoda stood in a field of weeds. The Chue could not help but secretly shake his head and said, "When you come back, there will be an ancient Yi Tower city here, and the surrounding environment will also be greatly changed. At that time, don't get lost." Jiang Shao grinned and did not say anything. Since he had chosen to go to the land of Yin and Zhao, it was unknown if he could really return. I'll build a place for myself to retire. It'll be comfortable and warm." The Chue was still looking around, seemingly planning for the future. The competition allowed the local Grimace monks to see the true power of the Golden Companions. They had always liked to fight one-on-one, but they were extremely envious of the team combat mode of the Golden Companions. In the end, they happily accepted their clansmen, as well as 2 humans, the Chue and Li Haoge. Jiang Shao and his team rested in the pagoda for a night, and under the urging of the blind lady, they set off early the next morning. The small team included 4 human star warriors for golden companions and 4 silver companions, which did not conform to Jiang Zhao's previous plan. Under the strong suggestion of Senior Hyun, the team was reduced to 12 people, consisting of 4 human star warriors for golden companions and 4 silver companions. Jiang Shao initially wanted to bring along all his personal disciples, as well as 3 clothing companions and 3 grass companions. However, according to Hyun, he wouldn't be able to take care of all of them if there were too many of them. It would be useless to use a large number of people to go to the land of Yin and Zhao. Quality was more important than quantity. Jiang Shao and Hyun discussed for a long time and finally decided to listen to the old man's opinion. After all, the old man was already giving them face by being willing to accompany the disobedient couple to the land of Yin and Zhao. Hence, Jiang Shao couldn't be stubborn. More importantly, Yu Yuchen had joined the team and possessed most of the star techniques of the Grimace monks, including the thorny halo of the grass companions and the starlight robe of the clothing companions. There were also benefits to leaving a few personal disciples there. They could help Li Haoge guide the Grimace monks and integrate the soul of the ancient Yi Pagoda city into the new ancient pagoda force. Jiang Shao also believed in Li Haoge's ability. Besides, apart from the 6 personal disciples who stayed behind, the remaining 200 ghost monks of the ancient Yi Pagoda had mostly learned from Jiang Shao. It wouldn't be long before this place became a new ancient Yi Pagoda city. Jiang Zhao's team of 4 set off with the Yin surnamed Bu, Yun, Chao, and Su, and the Jin surnamed Yong, Shang, Un, and Hui, heading north. Their destination was Yi City. It was time to tame the mounts. In fact, Jiang Shao also had the intention to pass through the land of Yin and Zhao and continue to the north to search for the white birch forest. Jiang Shao wanted to see his old friend and see if little Chongyang had returned. He also wanted to check on the development of the white birch forest and the situation of Hu Wei and Songlan. Jiang Shao also told the Chue and Li Haoge, who were stationed there, that he would bring back some crop seeds if he returned alive. Once the food was enough to support the Grimace monks, the ancient Yi Pagoda city would also be able to tame auspicious beasts and twin night mandarin ducks. They could fly in the sky and run on the ground. That would be a good supplement for their strength. Although Du Chue was young, he only wanted to find a place to spend his remaining years in peace, so he was not interested in it. As for Li Haoge, Li Haoge completely understood Jiang Zhao's meaning. He did not understand Jiang Zhao's meaning just now. As early as in the ancient Yi Pagoda city, Jiang Zhao's actions after he opened the door and accepted disciples had already made Li Haoge feel Jiang Zhao's ambition. Li Haoge immediately said that he would first establish the ancient Yi Pagoda city and assimilate the local ghost monk clan. After reorganizing the team, he would try to let the grimmest monks enter the farming era. The Central Plains was rich in resources, but most star beasts preferred meat. Before Jiang Shao came to the ancient Yi Pagoda, it was simply a fantasy to want the grimmest monks to farm. However, the 200 ghost monk clan members who had escaped from death were different from other ghost monks. They were more disciplined and more obedient. Strictly speaking, they could even be called fire seeds. Li Haoge gladly accepted Jiang Zhao's suggestion. In fact, the reason why the Falcon brothers separated wasn't because Yu Yuqin simply wanted to wander around. The two brothers should have some plans and ideas in private. Jiang Shao, who was in the alien ball, carried out his plan in an orderly manner and headed towards Yin Zhao without looking back. On Earth, at this moment, Jiang Shao was sitting in the small auditorium and watching the drawing ceremony. Since the team competition and individual competition were changed to be held every 5 days, Jiang Shao was no longer nervous about time and could watch the drawing ceremony with the students of the team competition. What was worth mentioning was that the Xiangnan army was really strong. They stepped on the golden wave and broke into the top 7 of the World Cup. There were 2 Chinese teams in the top 7, so Jiang Shao did not think about getting a bye at all. He just hoped that there would not be a civil war. The drawing ceremony for the individual competition was held first. Fortunately, Jiang Shao did not encounter Yi Qingqian. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao did not encounter Martha. Jiang Zhao's opponent was the Spectre assassin from Yemen. Among the top 8, he was ranked in the upper echelon. To Jiang Zhao's dismay, Martha from the Apennine Peninsula was intercepted by the American player wearing the number 27 basketball jersey. What he was afraid of really came true. Proud Star Black. This black youth was really strong. Although he had never played a crushing game, he rarely saw dangerous scenes in his games. Proud Star Black would always be able to win the game without any mishaps. From the beginning to the end, he didn't reveal his true strength. Jiang Shao hated such people because he felt that he had met someone of the same kind, a person who was also very secretive. Yi Qingqian was matched with Flaming Sword Phil from the Sulan region of the Unsetting Sun Kingdom. There was no doubt that it would be a tough battle. What Jiang Shao did not expect was that the Xiangnan army would be matched with the Blizzard army from the Fin Republic in the next team competition. As for the Capital Star Warrior, there was a bye. A bye? Yes, a bye. The top 7 was already the final round. According to the rules of the previous competition, the last 3 groups would have to start a round-robin tournament. However, the Stata did not care that much about the Doomsday World Cup. As long as there was an odd number of players, they would get a bye to avoid any possibility of a rematch. I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. In the small auditorium, Jiang Shao scratched his head and stared at the 3rd team on the big screen in a daze. From the beginning to the end, the Capital Star Warriors team did not appear at all, which meant that they would advance directly in this round. Obtained victory in the team competition. Awarded skill points, 100. The information in the internal star map made Jiang Shao once again confirm that his team had won this round without a fight. There are skill points as well? That's rather particular, isn't it? Internal star map. Wow. Huh. How can such a good thing happen to us? Xia Yin said with a strange expression. We're already thanking the heavens for not having a civil war. How dare they give us a bye? Gu Shuren scoffed and muttered, a team with 2 Starsea warriors and the defending champion of the individual competition. I'm afraid no one will be willing to fight. Jiang Shao stared at the television screen in disbelief and said, You're right. With just the 3 of them, even a dog would be able to win the championship. Gu Shuren was speechless. Jiang Shao clearly felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He also realized something and hurriedly looked at Gu Shuren. I'm talking about Alaska. She's especially big, mighty, and beautiful. She's quiet, steady, and loyal. Gu Shiren grimaced with a pained expression and exclaimed, "Can you be human? I'm so angry. I feel like I'm being targeted." Xiaoyan exclaimed angrily, "I've finally gone all out, and I haven't even had a good fight yet. Yet, you're not letting me fight anymore." Han Jiangxue comforted softly. "You'll be in the top 4, don't worry." "Yes, don't worry." Jiang Shao bumped Xiaoyan's shoulder and said, "Don't we still have the top 4 and the champion?" Xiaoyan pursed her lips aggrievedly and nodded unhappily. Jiang Shao reached out and shook Xiaoyan's shoulder forcefully from left to right. He said encouragingly, "Endure this round. I'll leave the main attack points for the next 2 rounds to you. Who cares what team the other team is? To see if we stab them or not." Xiaoyan was speechless. Apex. Chapter 9:32, July 22nd. In second last Calamity Shadow training space, Jiang Shao held onto the heavenly halberd and retreated with a look of surprise. He was pleasantly surprised because he had also received the information from the internal star map through his synesthesia. Heavenly halberd mastery upgraded. Gold quality level 9. Hard work would definitely yield results, which was also the benefit of the internal star map. Although the standard and rank of his combat techniques were all practiced by himself, compared to others, Jiang Shao had a page that could be considered digitized and could be seen at a glance. This allowed him to feel his own growth more clearly than others. What else was he waiting for? The next upgrade would be an increase in quality. From gold quality to platinum quality, he would definitely receive new skills. Hence, he felt that the skill points should be spent on improving his skills. Far away in the Olympic arena of the country of Will, Jiang Shao threw the 100 skill points that he had just won into the internal star map and gestured to the audience in all directions before slowly leaving the arena. Heavenly Halberd Mastery upgraded. Platinum quality level 0. Lily exclaimed, "China wins." The referee blew the whistle. Semifinals. God Pai is here. Yi Xuanyang also applauded softly. She shook her head and praised. This looks like a normal match. However, facing the ghost like Jacob's ghost thorn, Shrimpy can be said to be unperturbed. Its square sky halberd seems to be depicting a beautiful dream on the field. It's mesmerizing. Lily exclaimed, "What incredible talent. No one can imagine how much effort God Pai has put in. If Jiang Xiaopi told you 2 years ago that he wanted to use the Heavenly Halberd to compete in the World Cup again, would you believe it?" Yi Xuanyang suddenly said, "I would." Lily was speechless. Yi Xuanyang thought about the fear of Jiang Zhao's prophecy again and said, "I believe everything he says." Lily obviously stammered and hurriedly changed the topic. People say that being proficient in one skill is better than being proficient in everything. Why do I feel that Jiang Xiaopi is proficient in every skill? Yi Xuanyang also realized her problem and hurriedly cooperated with Li Li. Next, we'll see if our toxic nursery disciple, Yi Qingchen, can snatch a place in the semifinals again. However, Yi Qingchen's match is in the afternoon. The next match is between America's Proud Star Black and Apennine Island's Matilda. Jiang Shao walked back to the changing room after defeating Jacob and Ghost Spike on the arena. In the Beijiang Province Fin City military base, Jiang Shao, who was in the Calamity Shadow training space, was experiencing the platinum quality Heavenly Halberd technique through his body. Second last was already used to Jiang Zhao's sudden days. It couldn't be helped. After all, his sparring partner was the boss. A melee fighter in the later stages of the Galaxy C stage was fighting against an assistant who was at the peak of the Galaxy C stage. Second last, who was purely trying to learn from her, really had to be careful. People used the phrase, "Hold it in the palm of your hand for fear of dropping it, and hold it in your mouth for fear of melting," to describe the care and concern one person had for another. Second last felt that it would be more appropriate to say, "If you hold her in your hands, you'll be afraid of crushing her to death. If you hold her in your mouth, you'll be afraid of biting her to pieces." Second last stared at Jiang Shao silently, for she hadn't seen him so happy in a while. To be precise, His expression represented happiness. Second last was a little surprised. The sparring partner had been training with her and teaching her the giant blade technique in the Calamity Shadow ruins all day long. Aside from sleeping, the training partner only knew how to fight. He could never see the sun, and he could never see another person. Under such circumstances, no one would be in a good mood. It would be good enough if they didn't go crazy. However, the sparring partner was smiling blissfully at this moment, which meant that there must be good news for his other body. Second last said, "You're very happy." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly while accepting the massive amount of heavenly halberd technique in his mind. He didn't respond. Second last asked, "Did you win the competition?" Jiang Shao nodded again and said, "Of course I won. I just advanced to the semi-finals in the Nation of Will." The sharp second last frowned slightly and said, "No, you're not happy because of the competition. What happened?" Jiang Shao said, "I had an epiphany." "Wow, toxic healer, you're too strong." Second last was speechless. While speaking, Jiang Shao picked up the heavenly halberd and swung it a few times in front of him. The sky halberd of the platinum quality didn't increase the offense but the defense. Jiang Shao found that the sky halberd's advanced skill was actually leading him to fight against a group of enemies at the same time. Fight against a group of people alone? Unload, turn, carry, wield, bring fight against a strong force with little effort? Can I use other people's strength to improve myself? Second last watched curiously as Jiang Shao practiced with the heavenly halberd. She was clearly a layman, but she could still tell that Jiang Shao was different from the rest. He's practicing how to defend? Besides, he's not fighting head-on. It's more like he's thinking about how to make use of the enemy's strength, or even use the enemy's weapon to attack another person while he's defending. What's going on in his little head? How should a person fight against a group of people alone? Damn it! Jiang Shao put down the heavenly halberd with his right hand and smacked his forehead with his left. Second last was taken aback by his sudden shout. Jiang Shao turned to look at second last excitedly. "I want to keep a low profile too, but my abilities don't allow me to." Second last was speechless. It wasn't that Jiang Shao had to fight against a group of people alone, but that was the direction of training given by the heavenly halberd technique. The heavenly halberd technique gave Jiang Shao a bullet sword style in the platinum quality and a double sword style in the diamond quality. They were all meant to increase the combat ability of a single soldier. As for the heavenly halberd, it's so domineering. It's indeed something used by a short-lived idiot. If you practice it well, you'll have a certain ability to fight a group of people alone. If you want to fight a group of people alone, how good would the outcome be? In Jiang Zhao's mind, the imaginary enemies in front of him turn out to be 3 second last. If that were the real situation, Jiang Zhao's ashes would have been scattered by second last. Come on, give it a try. Second last was holding a giant steel sword in each hand. During the training process, she had never dared to conjure a dense fog weapon. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao's weapon would be easily smashed by her. Hence, the ordinary giant steel sword was more suitable for her to handle. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao stabbed with his halberd. Second last held the sword in her left hand and gently flicked it away. She then held the sword in her right hand and stabbed it forward. Jiang Shao held the halberd with both hands and used the force of the rebound to push the handle of the halberd away. He also deflected second last's giant sword that was aimed at his chest. Besides, Jiang Shao also exerted force and slashed second last's giant sword toward her side. "Huh, there's no one next to me." Second last took a step back and said, "There's no one next to me." Although Jiang Zhao's body was fragile, second last had absolute confidence in his skills. During the battle, he wouldn't make any unnecessary movements, and Jiang Zhao's choice just now was clearly unnecessary and useless. Jiang Shao blinked and didn't know how to explain it all of a sudden. What kind of person was second last? Her combat intelligence was not to be trifled with. She subconsciously looked to the right and said, "In your imagination, there's another person on my right." Jiang Shao was speechless. Seeing how silent Jiang Shao was, second last immediately understood and squinted. "You mean you're fighting two of me at the same time?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said meekly, "Actually, there are 3 of you. There's another one on your left." Second last was bewildered. Jiang Shao was speechless. "One of me is no longer a challenge for you." With a sullen expression, second last said through gritted teeth, "Jiang Shao, if you want, I can kill you within 3 seconds." "No, no, no. You've misunderstood. You've misunderstood." Jiang Shao threw his halberd on the ground and ensured that he got out of his combat form first. Second last wouldn't stoop to attacking an unarmed person. At this moment, Jiang Shao felt safer after throwing his weapon away. It felt great to advance by retreating. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Shao strode forward and tugged at second last's sleeve carefully. "I just want to test out a new strategy and develop a new path. Of course, you alone can satisfy me." Second last's expression was sullen. A few seconds later, she threw her sword on the ground and said, "You're out of food." While speaking, the tall figure flickered and disappeared. Jiang Shao frantically turned around and exclaimed, "Don't!" In his line of sight, second last had already opened the door of the calamity space in the distance. She then strode away and closed the door. Jiang Zhao's lonely figure was left in the darkness. At the same time, in the locker room of the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, country of legitimacy, Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the bench, stood up and walked toward the locker. He pursed his lips and said, "Hey, you're throwing a tantrum." Jiang Shao and Yi Qingchun were the only ones in the locker room of the Chinese team. On the other hand, Yi Qingchun turned a deaf ear to Jiang Zhao's actions. She was staring at her mobile phone and tapping on it continuously. Jiang Shao also took out his school bag from the cupboard, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message to second last. "I'm hungry. Although I'm a bunch of star power, I can eat and drink. Does star power have no human rights? You're only letting the horse run and not feeding it. The horse will kick you away." Yi Qingchun, who was sitting on the bench, clenched her fists and waved them in the air. Yi Qingchun immediately realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand. However, she was still staring at the screen intently, seemingly observing something carefully. After a long time, Jiang Shao didn't get a response from second last. Hence, he walked back and looked at Yi Qingchun curiously. "What are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed?" The buzzcut girl was rather strange today. She wasn't the kind of person who would wave her fists excitedly and shout yay. She had always been quiet and obedient outside the arena. In particular, after confirming their master-disciple relationship, she was also very respectful towards Jiang Shao. She would never play with her mobile phone and leave Jiang Shao at the side. Yi Qingchun picked up her mobile phone embarrassedly and placed the screen in front of Jiang Shao. "I got you." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "You're such a good disciple. Even my sister doesn't dare to slap me." "You?" Jiang Shao blinked, only to see a diamond-colored character card with the word SSR on the top right. "This is me." Jiang Shao looked at the picture of the girl in the Chinese team uniform, scratching the back of her head and grinning. "Isn't this the picture of her from the previous season?" Jiang Shao grabbed the mobile phone curiously and glanced at it, only to see that there were only 99 numbers. Jiang Shao said with a sudden realization, "Oh, that game. I remember now. It's already been released. You can play it on your mobile phone too?" Yi Qingchun said, "I'm not too sure. I don't play games either." Jiang Shao said in displeasure, "Why did you draw cards if you don't play games? Do you have a lot of money?" "Money?" Yi Qingchun asked, seemingly deep in thought. It was as if she had never thought about money before. Jiang Shao glanced at Yi Qingchun and couldn't help but be astonished. Wow, she should be a rich girl who has never thought about money at all. Jiang Shao clicked on his card, only to see an opening animation. Yi Qingchun also leaned over curiously. Jiang Zhao's character model walked out from behind a huge Star Warriors World Cup trophy. He spun the giant sword in his hand and suddenly held it with both hands, pretending to be a lumberjack. Just as he was about to swing the sword and slash at the trophy, he stopped at the last moment. The buzzcut boy pointed at the person in front of the screen and then scratched the back of his head with one hand. He then grinned and chuckled, looking like he had tricked him. "Uff, I Ching-chun covered his mouth and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pippi is so cute. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Thank you for providing me with the book titles. I've now selected 2 backup titles. 1. 9 Stars Divine Pastor 2. 9 Stars Divine Pastor. The subsequent scenes of the plot were getting bigger and bigger. The 2 names were rather impressive and could reflect the profession of a healer. Now, I'll have to trouble you to choose. I'll leave a chapter behind the 2 names, and I'll decide on the backup titles based on the number of likes for my chapter. The deadline is 12 noon tomorrow. Chapter 9:33. The 2 of them looked at the numbers below and saw that there were a bunch of 99s. Hence, the 80 defense value was even more eye-catching. Jiang Shao casually clicked on the physique, 99. There was a bunch of small data in the physique: power 82, 99, speed 82, 99, life 91, 99, star quantity 81, 99. I Ching-chun looked at the small words below and said, the values after the brackets are the real attribute values that can be exerted in battle when used with the star technique on the interface. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and thought. The numbers in the brackets should have been added by green glow. In terms of speed, it should have been added by the space-time gap. Did my health star technique add up? The total amount of star power should have been added up by nostalgia and countercurrent light. Putting everything else aside, Jiang Zhao's star quantity alone was enough to cause his data to explode. Jiang Shao returned the mobile phone to I Ching-chun and said, what's the point of drawing this thing? It's just a scam. I Ching-chun ignored Jiang Shao and grabbed the mobile phone, quickly took a screenshot, and posted it on Weibo. Looking at the happy buzz-cut boy in front of him, Jiang Shao scratched his head helplessly and said, my disciple, do you know that it's your competition day today? If you post something like that on Weibo now, you'll be flamed to death. Without even looking up, I Ching-chun said, why should I care about them? It wasn't easy for me to draw you, so I have to show off. Jiang Shao looked troubled, but he couldn't snatch the mobile phone away from her. After all, it was inappropriate for men and women to touch each other. If it were Xia Yin, Jiang Shao would have. Yeah, Jiang Shao said. I Ching-chun smiled and said, I'm competing in the afternoon. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, okay, trying to save the country in a roundabout way? Jiang Shao took out his mobile phone and replied to her Weibo post in a bid to share the burden with I Ching-chun. He said, you can't do that. You've already become my disciple. Why aren't you listening to me? A bitter look appeared on I Ching-chun's face, and he hesitated for a moment before putting his phone away. Due to the fact that the competition was nearing its end and there were too few matches, the losers bracket and the winners bracket would be held on the same day. Jiang Zhao's next individual match would be held 3 days later, so there was no need for Jiang Shao to rush back to Darkbound Market. His teammates who were participating in the team competition did not come to Balan City. As the new master, Jiang Shao planned to accompany I Ching-chun for the competition in the afternoon before returning to the hotel together. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he had to take care of his disciple. The second match soon began. The 2 buzz-cut men sat in the locker room and stared at the TV screen on the wall. I Ching-chun had a grave expression on his face, while Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face. The scene that they imagined did not happen. The scene was almost one-sided. Matilda is here, proud Star Black. In Jiang Zhao's opinion, A.O. Xingblake was the kind of hidden boss that was very strong and was the kind that was especially cautious. This was indeed the case. Proud Star Black had been forced to use his extremely powerful strength, but here came the problem. Blake was really strong. However, Matilda wasn't afraid at all. What level of melee combat is this? It was no longer just a matter of the effects of her star technique. Matilda's combat intelligence and combat experience were obviously a level or even several levels higher than that of her peers. At this moment, A.O. Xingblake was lying on the ground with his head pressed into the turf by Matilda. Matilda's other hand was continuously stabbing him with a dagger, all of which cleverly avoided A.O. Xingblake's vital points. She was still enjoying the process of torturing others. There was a faint smile on her face with some bloodstains on it. It was a chilling sight. A.O. Shing Blake finally flipped Matilda over and crawled forward. His body was drenched in blood, and he quickly turned around to look at Matilda in horror. Matilda lay on the turf and touched the blood stains on her face with one hand. She then placed her blood-stained finger in her mouth and closed her eyes tightly before heaving a deep sigh of relief. However, even then, A.O. Shing Blake still dared not approach her. He held the star power pistol in his hand and fired wildly at Matilda, who was on the ground. Bang! Mar's body turned into a trail of water. Little by little, the water droplets pieced together. 3 Matildas stood shakily on the green field, licking their lips excitedly as they looked at proud Star Black, who was surrounded in the middle. She looked just like a cat that had caught a mouse. Before completely eating the mouse, she would first satisfy her desire to play with it. Amazing! I Ching-chun couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the scene on the field. Jiang Shao nodded silently. He initially thought that Matilda was already very strong, but it seemed that he had still underestimated her strength. He stared at the screen and slowly said, "She's going to have a lot of tricks up her sleeves with this dagger." I Ching-chun leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and stared intently at the television screen. Her water clone is very advanced. Can you tell which one is her real body? Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before shaking his head and saying, "I can't tell which one is her real body from the television. I can only go and experience it for myself. The water clone is indeed troublesome, but her martial arts skills are even more troublesome. Don't be fooled by her abnormal appearance. This person is very skilled with daggers." I Ching-chun furrowed his brows. Looking at proud Star Black, who was surrounded by 3 Martas, I Ching-chun seemed to have put himself in the shoes of the 3 Martas, racking his brains to come up with a solution. Jiang Zhao's expression also turned solemn. In the previous few matches, Matilda's opponents couldn't force her to show her true strength. Now, it seems that she just lacks opponents. She has been playing all this while, and even now, she seems to be playing. World Cup quarterfinals playing. What did that mean? That was a level that only Jiang Shao could reach. I Ching-chun clenched his fists and said, "This woman should be like me. She must have killed her way through a certain dimension over a long period of time." Jiang Shao said, "Don't forget to censor. Pay attention to the eyes of the 3 Matildas. They have never looked at their opponents directly. Either she has a certain level of experience and high combat intelligence that allows her to predict the next move of the enemy, or her senses are playing tricks on her." On the television screen, whenever the camera caught up with Matilda, she would always look drunk and dazed, as if she was immersed in another world. Jiang Shao couldn't help but think of George Shing from the previous season. However, George Shing was a pure lunatic, and this woman could only be described with one word: skillful and easy. Perception, purification, acceleration, battle roar, disruption, water clone, water teleportation. More importantly, there was a defensive star technique in the list of star techniques given by A.O. Shing Blake, which was similar to the body of steel produced by the Russian Federation. However, A.O. Shing Blake was still bleeding profusely under Matilda's dagger. What kind of offensive ability is that? That's a little too much. Matilda's list of star techniques was incomplete. How many more things did she have yet to display? However, no matter how much she had hidden, everything that she had displayed at this moment was truly self-contained. "Fight to the death," I Ching-chun suddenly said. At this moment, on the television screen, the bloodied A.O. Shing Blake suddenly glowed brightly, and the thick star power spread out as if it was going to destroy the world. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The 4th clone, Jiang Shao, and I Ching-chun's eyes widened slightly. A 4th Martha had suddenly appeared on the battlefield and punched the back of A.O. Shing Black's head. It was extremely fast and powerful. No one had a chance to react at all. Matilda didn't stop there. As A.O. Shing Blake's tall body fell to the ground, Matilda flashed her elbow and smashed her body down. Jiang Shao couldn't help but lean back. That was a ruthless stab. I Ching-chun reacted quickly and grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm, fearing that he would fall. On the television screen, Matilda's elbow smashed into the back of A.O. Shing Blake's head. Bang! Blake's head was smashed into the grass, causing mud and grass to fly everywhere. Such a heavy and ruthless blow made people wonder if Blake would survive. As long as the referee did not blow the whistle, she had no intention of stopping. She stood up shakily. Part of the two Matilda's bodies overlapped. One of Matilda was still lying down with her elbow smashing into Blake, while the other Matilda was already standing up. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Martha lifted her boot and stomped heavily on Blake's head. At the same time, Matilda, who was lying on the ground, turned into a puddle of water and disappeared without a trace. Beep, 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 beep. The referee hurriedly blew the whistle. He seemed to be shocked by the crazy battle. In fact, the referee should have blown the whistle when Matilda punched the back of A.O. Shing Blake's head for the first time. But Matilda's movements were too fast. Jiang Shao and Yi Qingchun looked at each other. Jiang Shao could see the seriousness in Yi Qingchun's eyes. However, Yi Qingchun could see the eagerness in Jiang Zhao's eyes. 10 minutes later, team leader Gong Jiren led the coaching team into the changing room. In order to better understand their opponent, they were watching the match live. Jiang Shao asked directly, "Are you sure this woman's information is correct? You saw the match just now. This doesn't seem like the battle experience a youngster should have." Chief leader Gong Jiren's expression was also solemn, but he said, "This sentence anyone can say, but only you can't say it." Jiang Shao was speechless. Gong Jiren said, "Especially not on Weibo or during interviews." Jiang Shao thought about it and understood what Gong Jiren meant. He then nodded. Gong Jiren said, "We'll leave the venue according to the stipulated time. Shrimpy, Qingchan will be taking an afternoon nap here. You don't have to stay here. Go to another changing room with the coaching team. Time is precious. Let's study our next opponent." Jiang Shao nodded. No problem. He recalled the scene of Matilda's battle, replaying every detail and every tiny movement in his mind. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. No matter what, this woman was really strange. Chapter 9:34. In the afternoon, Yi Qingchun and Andre Phil from the Sulan region of the Unsetting Sun Kingdom engaged in an intense battle for the top 4 spots. Andre Phil's swordsmanship was rather good, and the flames around him were dazzling. However, he was subdued by Yi Qingchun and her shadow master with silence and blessings. The situation was not one-sided, but Yi Qingchun had the upper hand, causing Jiang Shao to nod in approval. Indeed, the buzz cut is the symbol of a macho man. Jiang Shao folded his arms and looked at the television on the wall. He couldn't help but sigh. While Jiang Shao was comparing Yi Qingchun to a macho man, Jiang Shao was also experiencing an interesting interview on the mutated ball. On the mutated ball in the Central Plains. "Hello, big guy." Jiang Shao was in a stone city that looked like it was in ruins. He held a piece of black meat in his hand and was greeting a black auspicious beast in the distance. The auspicious beast seemed to have been carved from the same mold. It was a platinum pet, but it was extremely shy. Its huge head popped out from behind the boulder and looked at Jiang Shao with one eye, seemingly thinking that it had hidden itself well. However, Jiang Shao grabbed the piece of meat and threw it at him. He then muttered, "Why are you still hiding? Don't you know how big your brain is?" Hien coughed. Ahem, 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 ahem. Hien was still recruiting her auspicious beast when she suddenly heard Jiang Zhao's words. She couldn't catch her breath and seemed to have choked on her own words. The white jade auspicious beast in front of Hien got a shock and hurriedly ran away. "Little friend." Hien turned around and glared at Jiang Shao with an unfriendly expression. "It wasn't easy for me to find one that was the color of white jade. It's pure and clean." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "How can you blame it on me?" Jiang Shao grinned helplessly and said, "They may be timid, but they're curious too. Wait a while more. Your white jade lion will turn around and come back." Jiang Shao then turned around to look at the auspicious beast hiding behind the boulder, only to realize that it had already walked out and lowered its head to bite the piece of black meat. This meat was the meat of an astral ghost from the Central Plains. On Earth, the alternate dimensional space where astral ghosts resided was called the Star Cave. There were astral demons, astral spirits, and astral ghosts. Jiang Shao could also use the meat of the auspicious beast to seduce the auspicious beast, but, well, Jiang Shao felt that he should be human. Master! Master! A series of voices rang out. Jiang Shao threw another piece of meat in front of him before turning around. Instead, he saw 4 silver-eyed monks with grimacing faces, each riding an ink jade emperor beast as they returned. Jiang Shao, behind the 4 silver companions were the 4 golden companions, who were also riding on the ink jade beasts. They jumped down and cupped their fists, lowered their heads, and bowed to Jiang Shao. It seemed that the Ghost Monk clan was very low-key. In this huge nightfall city, the skin of the auspicious beast could be said to be colorful and dazzling. However, these 8 monks all chose the black auspicious beasts. Why are you guys so fast? Is there any secret to trapping the auspicious beasts? Jiang Shao asked curiously. Silver Cloud stepped forward and said, Master, they can't understand you, but they can understand us. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and said, You can communicate with each other? Can the auspicious beasts understand your howling? Silver Cloud nodded and said, Yes, in this Central Plains, we can communicate with other intelligent creatures normally. If we go outside, at least we can't communicate with the fugitives of Yin and Zhao. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and pointed to the ink jade emperor beast in the distance, which wanted to leave but wanted to continue eating meat. He said, Tell it to follow me, and it will have a good life. Silver Cloud cupped his fists and bowed his head respectfully, like a real human disciple. Such a humble appearance was rare in the Ghost Monk clan. Perhaps only Jiang Zhao's disciples were like this. Jiang Shao followed Silver Cloud, listening to the hoarse voice of Silver Cloud and the howling of the ink jade emperor beast. Jiang Shao was secretly happy. Although the auspicious beast was shy and cute, its howl was worthy of its majestic image. It sounded very comfortable, similar to the roar of a lion. Jiang Shao bumped Silver Cloud's waist with his shoulder and said, Tell it to spit out the wine and food. The people of Beijiang are so enthusiastic. Hee, Jiang Tuan, you have wine? On the side, Yu Yuchen also came back riding an ink jade emperor beast and looked at Jiang Shao with a smile. But Yu Yuchen's riding posture was a bit strange. The huge body of the Ghost Monk clan allowed them to see through the huge head of the auspicious beast. But for humans, when humans ride on auspicious beasts, all their vision will be blocked by the big head of the auspicious beast. So at this time, Yu Yuchen tilted her body and poked her head out to talk to Jiang Shao. Oh, it seems that our team's aesthetic standards are very similar. Jiang Shao smiled and looked at the ink jade emperor beast under Yu Yuchen. Jiang Shao turned around and glanced at the old man in the huge stone array in the distance. Pick the white marble auspicious beast. You're the most eye-catching in the entire team. Whoever sees our team will focus fire on you first. He seriously thought about Jiang Zhao's words and couldn't help but nod and said, That seems to be the case. Jiang Shao still wanted to say something, but he found that the auspicious beast in front of him was walking over with its short legs. The closer they got, the more Jiang Shao admired it. This auspicious beast's shoulder height was at least 3 meters, and its big head that was looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle was probably close to 5 meters. Such a majestic body, but the chassis was a bit low, and its strong limbs immediately became small, short legs. The head was like a Chinese lion dance prop. Because its whole body was as black as ink, it was less fancy and full of style. What made Jiang Shao even more excited was its furry body. He really didn't know how it grew. If he didn't touch it and just looked at it with his eyes, he would really think that it was made of jade. Jiang Shao hurriedly took out another piece of meat from his bag and threw it over. The auspicious beast's normal posture was to raise its head, which made it very suitable for being fed. With a howl, it ate the meat in one bite. It didn't even chew and swallowed it in one bite. Jiang Shao shook his body and straightened the straw raincoat on his body. He pressed down on the brim of his bamboo hat and looked like he was going to receive an award. After tidying up his clothes, Jiang Shao strode over, leaped up, and sat on the inked jade beast. Wow, it's so soft and warm. It's soft and furry. Jiang Shao stroked the auspicious beast's fur and moved his butt forward. He tried to reach out and touch the auspicious beast's horn, but, why are my hands so short? The black jade, auspicious beast seemed to know what Jiang Shao was going to do. It tried its best to turn its head and handed over its thick, long, and forked black horn. Isn't this too docile? On Earth, when it comes to auspicious beasts, the first thing that comes to mind is cruelty, Jiang Shao lamented while gently stroking the auspicious beast's horn. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the auspicious beast seemed to enjoy such interactions. Wu, the black jade auspicious beast whimpered and squinted its huge eyes. It raised its head and shook its head slightly, seemingly enjoying it. Jiang Shao suddenly had a wicked idea. He pinched its horns hard and said, "That's what you get for acting cute." Wu, the black jade auspicious beast, shook its head and almost flung Jiang Shao off. Most of the star techniques of auspicious beasts were auxiliary star techniques that were very suitable for being used as mounts. Its first star technique was to assist itself, while its second star technique was to assist others. As for its third star technique, it gave it a certain offensive ability. The 3-star techniques of the auspicious beast star bead. 1. Auspicious. Increases the duration of positive effects on oneself. Passive star technique that does not need to be activated. Silver quality, upgradable 2. Rui. Reduces the duration of negative effects on the target. Silver quality, upgradable 3. Lucky Star Brocade. Stick the Lucky Star Brocade on the target. Every time it is attacked by any form of star technique, it will store a small amount of star power in the enemy's star technique. When the stored star power reaches a certain level, it will passively release pure star power shockwaves to the surrounding targets. Silver quality. Those were the star techniques of the gold quality star beasts on Earth. In this alien sphere, the star techniques of the platinum quality star beasts would probably be 1 to 2 grades higher. Jiang Zhao's body was not there, so he could not determine the quality of the star techniques of the auspicious beasts by killing them. However, the experienced Yu Chen believed that the auspicious beasts here, Auspicious and Rui, were gold quality, while the Fortune Star Brocade was platinum quality. Yu Chen and Li Haoge had once raised auspicious beasts for a long time and had also been stationed in the Central Plains for such a long time. Hence, Jiang Shao had no reason not to trust them. Under the negotiation of the Ghost Monk clan and the temptation of meat, everyone got their own mounts. Senior He-Yun was also persuaded by Jiang Shao. The 12 of them all got their own mounts, which are all huge, auspicious beasts with a black jade-like luster. Jiang Shao, who was on the alien sphere, led his team to recruit troops for himself and rushed to Yin Zhao without looking back. Jiang Shao, who was on Earth, was also smiling and watching Yi Qingqian leave on the television screen with a gratified smile on his face. At the Chinese host seat, Lily exclaimed excitedly, "Top 4? The Chinese army has gained another spot. He's indeed a Star Warrior from the Star Warriors University in the Central Plains. He's indeed the disciple of the poisonous milk. He's indeed Yi Qingqian." Yi Xuanyang said with a smile. Who would have thought that there would be 2 Chinese players in the top 4 of the individual competition in the 2019 World Cup? Shrimpy and Yi Qingqian are aiming for the champion of the individual competition. Capital Star Warriors and Xiangnan Military School, who are in the team competition next door, are also steadily advancing towards the champion's throne. Lily said emotionally, "We all think that China's double champions of the team competition and individual competition in 2017 are already unprecedented. We all think that 2017 is the pinnacle of China's Star Warriors. Now, my dear viewers and friends, look at 2019. Tell me, in your minds, you and I dream of the same thing, right?" Yi Xuanyang bit her lip and said emotionally, "Thank you, Chinese Star Warriors, for turning our dreams into reality. After the interview, Chun teleported back to the locker room. However, he discovered that Jiang Xiao was standing behind the door, seemingly wanting to play a prank and jump out to scare Chun the moment he opened the door. However, the current situation, Jiang Xiao, who was behind the door, scratched his head. Chun, who was standing in the middle of the locker room, scratched his head too. The two buzz-cut boys looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Chun pondered for a moment before his body flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, the locker room door beside Jiang Xiao opened, and Chun pushed it open and walked in. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. He grinned awkwardly and thought, why are you so cooperative? Jiang Xiao suddenly took a step out from behind the door and exclaimed, "Hey!" Chun pretended to be frightened and hurriedly took a step back. "Ah!" Jiang Xiao nodded and thought, "You're indeed my beloved disciple. At this moment, there's only one word that can describe how I feel. Gratified." Top. Chapter 9:35. The top 4 of the World Cup individual competition was finally announced. It was indeed the home ground of the country of Will. The Europeans occupied half of the top 4. One of them was Matilda Merida from the Apennine Islands, and the other was the host, Jack from the country of Will. The contestant from the country of Will was no longer the European shield. He was an assassin hiding in the shadows. The other half was, of course, the two buzz-cut boys from China. As soon as the list of the top 4 was announced, it caused an uproar. Europe versus China? 2 melee fighters, assassins, and 2 assistants? What kind of configuration was that? The shield that the country of Will was proud of had long been eliminated, leaving only the assassin as a cover. The Apennine Islands rarely appeared in the finals, but this year there was a godlike presence. All the gods in Europe had fallen, and all the powerhouses in North America and North Africa had been defeated. Only China had emerged from Asia. Compared to the previous World Cup, it could be seen that some people entered the finals based on their strength, while others needed to be the host to enter the later rounds. What was more terrifying was that people thought that the legendary assistant from China, who won the championship in the previous World Cup, was an exception. It was an exception that only appeared once in decades, or even centuries. But what happened in the end? 2 years later, another medical assistant from China entered the top 4. That was not a trivial matter. The World Cup was the pinnacle of college students' combat power. Not only could it represent the level of the younger generation of country, but it also had a certain guiding effect. Many countries and people could see the development trend of star warriors in the next few years from the World Cup. So, Rabbit, did they find the right way to cultivate medical assistants? People were discussing the list of the top 4 of the World Cup individual competition. The next day, the list of the top 4 of the World Cup team competition was also released. This time, the Europeans finally calmed down. Apart from a number 1 seeded team from China that entered the top 4 without a bye, the other 3 teams were all European teams. One was the Blizzard Legion from the Finn Republic Shannon Military Academy. Another was the Shield and Hammer Legion from the host country of Will. There was also the Archer Legion from the Higher Republic. The European media applauded and thought that this was the right way to open up the world. Interestingly, the first country to attack Europe was the US. The American team was also unlucky. In the individual competition alone, Jiang Xiao had already encountered 2 American players. One of them was the only Archangel in the World Cup who could turn stars into weapons, and the other was their bad-mouthed captain. Jiang Xiao also packed the 2 of them up and sent them away. America's contestant, Proud Star Black, was even more unfathomable, but he was tested by Marta Merida. Yes, it was very awkward. The 4 Matildas followed Jiang Xiao's footsteps and sent Blake home. The U.S. team suffered setbacks in the individual competition. They encountered terrifying people. In the team competition, their fate was the same. Out of the 3 participating teams, 1 was eliminated by the Northern Kingdom in the first round, 1 was eliminated by the Shannon Military Academy, and the last one was eliminated by the Shield and Hammer Legion of the host country of Will. They barely made it to the top 7, which was the last piece of fig leaf. If nothing went wrong, the Xiangnan Military Academy, the U.S. team, and the second-tier team from the Northern Kingdom would compete in a round-robin competition for the 5th, 6th, and 7th place. Up until now, the number of matches have been reduced due to the decreasing number of participating teams. Hence, the round-robin competition for the losers would be held on the same day as the advancement competition for the winners. As the World Cup was coming to an end, the competition became more and more exciting and popular. The day after, the lot drawing ceremony was held as usual. Jiang Xiao stayed in the hotel of the national team in Belan City. According to the usual schedule, the individual competition would be the next day, followed by the team competition the day after. The Huaxiao members gathered in the small auditorium, displaying excellent organization and discipline. The students who had been eliminated early also accompanied Jiang Xiao and Yi Qingchen to watch the lot drawing ceremony. Although it was a one-on-one battle on the field, they were a team off the field. Please don't let it be a civil war. Lu Yang sat on the chair and muttered. At the side, Wu Haoyang humphed and said, as the saying goes, what you fear will happen. Shut up, you jinx. Jiang Xiao walked into the hall and glanced at the seats. He then slid to Lu Yang's side and sat down. How old are you? Why are you still sitting on someone else's lap? Lu Yang, who was sitting in the aisle, pushed Jiang Xiao and had no choice but to move to the side. Wu Haoyang impatiently moved to another seat. The poor Lu Yang was sandwiched between the two men again. Silence! Head leader Gong Jiren shouted loudly. The chaotic area immediately quieted down. Jiang Xiao looked at the indignant Lu Yang and bumped his shoulder with a chuckle. I'm just interested in you. Lu Yang pursed his lips and said, Who's interested in you? You're interested in me. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, Is that a tongue twister? By the way, I heard that Kai Yao has been staying at the hotel opposite. She hasn't left and has been accompanying you all this while. She's not bad. Upon hearing that, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel pained. He gritted his teeth and said, I haven't even given out my bonus yet. She's almost emptied out all my money. She's been buying things like crazy. She even flew to the neighboring countries to buy things. Don't even mention it. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Lu Yang looked like he had nothing left to live for. I've thought about it. Even if I give out my bonus, that wastrel will have to go to her for me. Jiang Xiao said, all right, stop dawdling. Nanny will accompany you for the rest of your life. If you have a headache or fever, won't you look for her for treatment? At the side, Wu Haoyang nodded in agreement. A free doctor and nurse. You made a huge profit. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, Besides, when you're lying in bed 100 years later, it'll be up to her whether to remove the oxygen tube or not. It's only right for you to treat her well. Lu Yang was dumbfounded. Silence. Gong Jiren yelled again while glaring at Jiang Xiao. The drawing of lots has begun. Everyone looked up at the big screen in front of them. The drawing of lots today was very simple. In the individual competition, there would be 4 people in the winner's group and 4 people in the loser's group. After drawing lots, the opponents of the 4 people would be determined. Oh my, number 1. Let's welcome our victim. Lu Yang looked at Jiang Xiao, who appeared in the first seat. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered. Jiang Xiao was sitting in the aisle, but he turned to look at the other row of seats on the right. Yi Qingchen was looking extremely nervous. She was cupping her fists and placing them in front of her chest. Her eyes were shut tightly, as if she was praying for something. The young lady's lifespan was shortened. She prayed for success. Damn, Lu Yang exclaimed. Although there were only 4 opponents left, and the probability of him winning was very high, Lu Yang still couldn't help but exclaim when a beautiful foreign girl appeared in the second seat. Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. The green, white, and red national flag was fluttering high in the air and hanging on the top right of the portrait. A charming lady with wavy brown hair, bright eyes, and a bright smile was standing proudly with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Apennine Island. Martha Merida. As soon as the matchup list was revealed, the young lady who prayed, Yi Qingchen, was naturally matched with the assassin of the country of Will, Jack. Yi Qingchen opened her eyes and seemed to be relieved. However, she soon became worried again. There were only 4 of them. Either it would be a civil war, or one of them would meet Marta. This was unavoidable. Jiang Shao extended his arm and rubbed Yi Qingchun's buzz-cut hair. His action was a little too much, causing Yi Qingchun to shake her head. He comforted her. Everything has been arranged for the best. Oh, Yi Qingchun pushed Jiang Zhao's palm away and looked at him in displeasure. Jiang Shao clenched his right fist and reached out to Yi Qingchun. See you in the finals. Yi Qingchun pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Zhao's confident smile. She suddenly felt a lot more at ease. She stretched out her left hand and clenched it into a fist. Their fists bumped into each other in the aisle. Kacha! A soft sound was heard. Both of them turned around at the same time, only to see an assistant at the back taking a photo of them. Jiang Shao waved at the assistant and said, "Come, add me on WeChat and send me the photo." "Does God Pi want to add me on WeChat?" "Of course." The assistant's eyes lit up, and he immediately put on a stern face. "Let's watch the lot drawing ceremony. We'll talk about it when it's over." "Okay." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. There was nothing much to see at the lot drawing ceremony for the losers bracket. The 4 opponents were not from China. Fortunately, the lot drawing ceremony ended quickly. After all, only one team needed to draw lots to determine the matchups of the 2 teams. Next, it was time for the lot drawing ceremony for the team competition. Jiang Shao smiled and nudged Lu Yang with his elbow. "Now, let's welcome the next victim." Lu Yang smacked his lips and said, "I don't know what to say about you. A team with 2 Shanghai. If I say you're cozying up to them, you're quite capable. If I say you're not cozying up to them, TSK. The competition doesn't need you, does it?" Puffed. Ha ha ha. Wu Haoyang seemed to have been triggered. He slammed the table and laughed. Finally, under Gong Jiren's signal, Jiang Shao cast the lowest level golden silence, and the 3 of them fell silent. Jiang Shao felt aggrieved. He had to silence himself just to watch the lot drawing ceremony. The Blizzard Army of the Fin Republic was the first to appear. The one who appeared in the center position was a tall and handsome blonde man with an elegant smile on his face. Not long after, 4 people wearing gold, red, and white uniforms appeared on the second screen. There was a burst of applause and whistles in the small auditorium. On the portrait, Gu Shi was at the forefront. He tilted his head and smiled disdainfully. His expression seemed to have said it all. Far away in Muhe Market, everyone had also just finished watching the lot drawing ceremony. Of course, Han Jiangxue had also seen Jiang Zhao's opponent in the individual competition. She couldn't help but be a little worried. After returning to her room, she picked up her mobile phone and wanted to chat with Jiang Shao. Buzz. Before Han Jiangxue clicked on WeChat, a box popped up on her mobile phone. It was from Weibo's special attention. Han Jiangxue reached out and clicked on it, only to see Jiang Zhao's Weibo post. There was also a picture attached to the post. It was the back view of Jiang Shao and Yi Qingchun. The 2 of them were seated on the chairs on both sides of the aisle, one with his right hand and the other with his left hand. They were both clenched into fists, and the words above were concise and domineering. Jiang Shao, mischievous or not, just posted from Huawei, P10 plus CU in the finals. Picture, Han Jiangxue was staring at the back view of the 2 of them in the picture while the comments below flooded in. To Han Jiangxue's astonishment, no one was worried about the competition between Jiang Shao and Martha. And under this Weibo post, there was even a queue of comments. They were all the same words and symbols. See you in the finals. See you in the finals. See you in the finals. Top. Chapter 936. July 25th. The Olympic Stadium, Belan City, country of Hanji. The qualifying matches for the 8th to 5th place were scheduled for the afternoon, while the 2 matches for the winners were scheduled for the morning. At 8:00 sharp, Jiang Shao and the coaches entered the stadium amidst the applause and cheers. Lili announced loudly, "The 8th round of the individual competition of the World Cup has officially begun. Jiang Xiaopi is warming up." The coaches at the back are carrying 2 large bags of weapons. I wonder what kind of weapon Jiang Xiaopi will choose to go up against Martha today. Yi Shu and Yang guessed, I think it should be a giant sword, and it should be a pair of giant swords. Although Jiang Xiaopi's heavenly halberd technique is very strong, it would be better for him to use a pair of swords to restrain Martha's short sword. Lily smiled and said, no matter what weapon he uses, the confidence on Jiang Xiaopi's face is definitely not faked. Hearing this, Yi Shu and Yang covered her mouth and chuckled. Do you want to know what true confidence is? Lily froze for a moment and turned to look at Yi Shu and Yang. Huh? What do you mean? Yi Shu and Yang shrugged and said, after the draw yesterday, Jiang Xiaopi posted on Weibo. I don't know if you saw it. Haha, you talking about this? Lily immediately laughed. Shu and Yang is right. Just look at Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo for what true confidence is. This is no longer Jiang Xiaopi's personal confidence, but the confidence of a nation. 3 words. See you in the finals. Yi Shu and Yang continued. As of now, there have been more than 880,000 comments under Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo. We can't calculate what kind of replies there are, but most of the comments are only 3 words. See you in the finals. Lily exclaimed, this is simply a national carnival. It's hard to find such an influential student among the Star Warriors students. There are hundreds of thousands of comments, but all of them are 3 words. What we see is not only the attitude of the Chinese people, but also the rising star, Jiang Xiaopi. Yi Shu and Yang looked at Jiang Xiaopi, who was warming up in the arena, with eyes full of admiration. He has already risen, hasn't he? At the same time, on the green field, Jiang Xiao was stretching his legs on the track, but he also felt someone staring at him. Jiang Xiao sat on the ground, spread his legs wide open, and leaned forward to touch the tip of his right foot. At the same time, he looked up at the students on the other side of the arena. The coaching group of the Apennine Islands sat on the bench without saying a word. On the track in front of them, there was a student standing there silently, without the slightest intention of warming up. Seeing that Jiang Xiao was looking over, Martha's eyes lit up and she nodded at him. She was friendly, as always, to every prey she played with in the palm of her hand. To his surprise, Martha, who had always been standing with her hands behind her back and sizing up her prey from afar during the warm-up phase, actually strode towards Jiang Xiao. The Chinese coaching team suddenly became nervous. They looked at the Apennine coaching team, only to find that the coaches were still sitting quietly on the substitutes bench. They did not react at all. Marta, who had a tall and sexy figure, walked over step by step. Under the sunlight, her long, curly brown hair shone brightly, coupled with her charming, sunny smile. It was too beautiful to take in all at once. The audience, which was initially enthusiastic, stopped talking for a moment. Immediately afterwards, there was a faint restlessness. Martha came from the eastern half of the arena. When she stood in front of Jiang Xiao, she blocked the sunlight. With her back against the light, she leaned down and extended her right hand to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao stopped hooking his toes and looked up at Martha's figure. The sunlight outlined the outline of her body, and Jiang Xiao could only see a warm smile in her bright eyes and white teeth. She's really too bewitching. If he hadn't known about Martha's actions, Jiang Xiao would have really been bewitched by her hypocritical face. Jiang Xiao lowered his head and continued to stretch his toes and legs while ignoring Martha. Martha's smile froze slightly, but she didn't retract her hand. Instead, she slowly squatted down and placed her long fingers on the tip of Jiang Xiao's shoe. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and stopped moving his toes. He looked at Martha with an unprecedentedly sharp gaze. Martha said, "You're finally here." Her English wasn't perfect, and she had a strong Apennine accent, but it didn't affect their communication. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and replied in Mandarin, "Fortunately, I didn't give up." To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Martha's Mandarin was actually better than her English. She was practically fluent in Mandarin. Martha said, "Yes, fortunately, I didn't give up." Jiang Xiao was speechless. She leaned forward slightly and grabbed Jiang Zhao's wrist before standing up slowly. Jiang Xiao couldn't wait for her to make a move so that he wouldn't have to fight anymore. He allowed Martha to pull him up. Jiang Xiao took a step forward and pressed their bodies together. Their left shoulder bumped against each other, which was extremely provocative. Why? Can't hold it in anymore. The two of them were about the same height, and it was suitable for them to whisper to each other. Marta's perpetually smiling face suddenly furrowed her brows. Her head tilted slightly, and her body trembled slightly. Her voice was very soft and trembling as she said, "Are you here to save me?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He subconsciously took a step back and carefully sized up Martha, who was in front of him. However, he discovered that Martha was looking at him with a smile on her face. She was in her usual state, and there was nothing unusual about her at all. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Jiang Shao was stunned. What's going on? He was very sure of what he saw with his own eyes. Besides, there was definitely a close-up of the two of them. Jiang Shao dared to guarantee that if he were to watch the replay, Martha would definitely be in an abnormal state just now. Martha continued to speak in English with an Apennine accent. "Pick up your giant sword, Jiang. This is going to be an interesting competition." With that, Martha leaned forward slightly and pressed her red lips against his. However, at the moment before her lips were pressed against Jiang Zhao's face, he raised his elbow and pushed Martha's body away. "There are many people who want to kiss me. You have to queue up." Martha raised her eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but laugh. She rubbed her curly brown hair and said lazily, "If I win against you, can I cut the queue?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "If you win against me, I won't be worthy of your kiss. Forget it." Martha turned around and waved her hand. She then said, "Corpses don't have the ability or the right to refuse. We'll see you in a while." Li Li and Yi Xuanyang looked at each other in confusion. Feeling a little awkward, Li Li stammered, "Contestant Jiang Xiaopi had a friendly exchange with contestant Martha before the competition. However, we all know about Martha's cruel fighting style. I believe Jiang Xiaopi won't be fooled by her goodwill." However, Yi Xuanyang said, "Xiaopi has obviously rejected the other party's goodwill. That's reassuring. After all, we're all opponents in the competition." Lily smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. During the previous World Cup, the plant god Juliet of the Kingdom of the Unsetting Sun kissed Xiaopi." Yi Xuanyang glanced at Li Li and interrupted, "That's after the competition, after we've won." Lily finally sorted out her thoughts and said, "As the defending champion, Jiang Xiaopi always seems to be able to receive visits from people with different attitudes before the competition. Previously, when he was fighting against Hai Rigu of the Great Ming Empire, Hai Rigu also came to shake hands with Jiang Xiaopi to show his respect. After the host chatted for a while, the competition finally began." "Oh, is the competition about to begin? It's time for the pre-competition exchange." Lily immediately changed the topic and looked at the screen in front of the table. "Jiang Xiaopi has taken out the heavenly halberd." Yi Xuanyang was a little worried, but she couldn't say anything. After all, she was not a star warrior and did not have the combat standards of the toxic healer. However, as a loyal spectator, she felt that the toxic healer who was holding a giant sword made her feel more at ease. "It's confirmed. The heavenly halberd." Lily watched as Jiang Xiaopi walked to the west side of the field. The microphone is finally going to be switched on. The exchange between the two of them just now was really curious. Let's hear what the two contestants will say. Jiang Xiaopi and Martha stood on both sides of the field. Jiang Xiaopi held the heavenly halberd in his hand and placed it behind his back. The tip of the halberd was pointed at the green grass. On the opposite side, Martha was still standing with her hands behind her back. On her blue and white national team uniform, there was a dagger sheath tied to the outside of her thighs. Even though the scabbard and hilt looked clean, everyone could imagine that they were weapons that had been soaked in countless amounts of blood. The two of them looked at each other from afar without saying a word. Lily said with a look of regret, "It seems that the two of them have already..." "Huh? What's going on? Is Martha not in a good state?" However, on the green field, Marta suddenly held her forehead with one hand. Her elegant smile instantly turned extremely ugly. Her body trembled for 1 to 2 seconds before she returned to her normal self. When she looked at Jiang Xiaopi again, her bright eyes were no longer sizing him up as if she was admiring her prey. Instead, there was Jiang Xiaopi was a little troubled. It was the most complicated gaze he had ever seen since he started his career as a star warrior. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiaopi actually couldn't read her emotions. Martha's strange behavior for 1 to 2 seconds had once again confirmed what Jiang Xiaopi had seen previously. This woman, what's going on with her? Ever since this woman participated in the World Cup and caught Jiang Xiaopi's attention, he had only one word to describe her: weird. The scenes that happened before the competition also made Jiang Xiaopi feel that something was amiss. His right eyelid twitched. Is something bad about to happen? Smack! Jiang Xiaopi slapped his right eye and thought, "What the hell are you doing?" On the host's seat, Lily slammed the table angrily and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this some kind of mental star technique? Jiang Xiaopi is hurting himself. I'm protesting. Referee, hurry up and check on Martha." The competition hasn't even started, and she actually. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly dragged Lili to her seat while cursing in her heart. There's still one more competition. Can't you finish your commentary? The finals are about to start, and you still want me to change my partner? Yi Xuanyang smiled elegantly and patted Li's arm gently. How infuriating. I still have to smile at my partner. Yi Xuanyang gestured a heart at Li and said, "Li, you're really concerned about Xiaopi. Who wouldn't worry about their own child? I think the Chinese people can understand how you feel. Here's the pen." The normal heart gesture was done with the index finger and thumb. However, Yi Xuanyang's heart gesture was done with the middle finger and thumb. The camera was fixed on the arena and not on the host seat. Hence, Yi Xuanyang dared to do that. However, even if the camera was on the host seat, Yi Xuanyang's maneuvering was still rather impressive. Lili listened to Yi Xuanyang's explanation with a smile and saw Yi Xuanyang's strange heart gesture. She's indeed worthy of her reputation. Scolding people invisibly saved people from danger. Lili sat down and said awkwardly, "Oh, Xiaopi might be feeling a little itchy." Yes. I'm just too concerned and confused." Chapter 9:37. Are the two contestants ready? The referee looked away from his watch and turned to look at the two contestants. Jiang Xiao nodded slightly, with reddened eyes. A cold breeze blew under the dark clouds. However, Martha did not respond and simply bowed down. The referee waved the flag. "Beep. Begin." The drizzle began, and Jiang Xiao raised his hand to cast sound of silence. Before the sound of silence was cast, Martha's body suddenly turned into a puddle of water and splashed on the green field. Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted, and he held the sky halberd behind his back while carefully looking around. The drizzle that was falling from the sky was not only made up of purifying tears, but also domain tears. At this moment, even if Jiang Xiao did not look at his surroundings, he would still be able to sense any movement in the vast field. Jiang Zhao's star technique, Rain of Tears, seemed to have given Martha a better chance to showcase her water-type star technique. In the arena that was extremely rich in water elements, her tall and sexy figure was pieced together almost instantly. The body that was pieced together by water droplets appeared 1 meter behind Jiang Xiao. "Sure, I'm not going to compete with you. Let's go for close combat." Jiang Xiao turned around and stabbed with his halberd. He liked people who were ruthless and didn't talk much. "Stab off." "What? It's over?" "It can't be." Amidst the exclamations, Jiang Xiao pierced Martha's chest with his halberd. Martha was grabbing the tip of the halberd tightly with one hand, while her palm, that was holding the crescent-shaped blade, was still dripping with blood. The large hole in her chest seemed to have pierced through her heart as blood flowed out. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Jiang Xiao. No one thought that the competition would end so quickly. Cough, cough, cough. Martha coughed continuously, and her pupils constricted to the size of needles. She stared at the tip of the halberd that had pierced deep into her chest in a daze. She slowly raised her head and looked at Jiang Xiao before slowly extending her right hand. It was as if she wanted to grab onto Jiang Zhao's clothes. However, no matter how talented she was and how long her arms were, there was still a huge gap between her and the 2.5-meter-long halberd. Martha's long arms flailed wildly in the air as blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. The scumbag skin had appeared. Facing the beauty in front of him, Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't care about the pitiful Martha in front of him and spun the heavenly halberd around, allowing the tip of the halberd to pierce through her chest. It was as if he wanted to confirm her death once again. Martha, who was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable, suddenly laughed out loud. Her injured and helpless expression turned into a strange smile. She looked at Jiang Zhao quietly, and in the next moment, her body suddenly turned into water. Whoosh! A water droplet poured down, carrying bits of star power, and dissipated in the curtain of rain. In a close-up shot, Jiang Zhao smirked in disdain and stroked his wet buzz-cut hair with one hand. That scene? Oh my God! Yi Xuanyang pressed her hand against her chest. 2 years later, when she saw Shrimpy again, other than the round buzz cut, its every move seemed to have an indescribable demeanor. Well, that's right. During the previous World Cup, he was still underage. Jiang Zhao retracted the heavenly halberd and suddenly pushed it against the ground before kicking behind him. Behind Jiang Zhao, Martha, who was pieced together by water droplets, appeared again with a pair of short knives in her hands. She drew a cross in front of her chest, but Jiang Zhao sent her flying with a kick from the soles of his shoes that were wrapped in green glow. Back in the locker room, Yi Qingchun had asked Jiang Zhao if he could tell which was Martha's real body and which was her water clone. At this moment, Jiang Zhao could tell that he couldn't tell. Even Martha, who was stabbed and bleeding, was a water clone. The effect of the star technique was too terrifying. Not only could it transform her appearance, hair, clothes, and weapons, but it could even transform her blood. That was almost as good as Jiang Zhao's platinum decoy. Martha, who had been kicked 8 meters away, was immediately shrouded by a pillar of light. Jiang Zhao's figure was like a ghost as he appeared directly behind Martha and stabbed with his halberd again. Poof, another bloody hole appeared. Jiang Zhao even held the heavenly halberd and lifted Martha into the air. Not far away, another water clone crawled up from the grass in a wobbly manner. Jiang Zhao casually threw Martha, who was pierced by the tip of the halberd, onto the ground. At the instant she landed, a puddle of water splashed onto the grass. In front of him, Martha appeared again with a short knife in each hand. However, she stood steadily in the rain and stretched out her fingers to tidy up her slightly messy brown hair. Martha said slowly, "Your reaction is beyond my expectations." Jiang Zhao looked at Martha, who had finally tidied up her hair, and said, "Your clone is very advanced. You can even use star power to transform your blood. Do you like that smell too?" Another Martha appeared 3 meters behind Jiang Zhao on the left. Jiang Zhao turned his head slightly, only to see that Martha was holding a short sword in her hand again on the right side behind him. The third Martha smiled and said softly, "Have you tasted your own blood before? I'll let you have a taste later, okay?" Jiang Zhao had a strange expression on his face as he turned around and looked at the 3 identical Marthas. In his tier domain, the 3 Marthas were exactly the same. Even the grass stains on their trousers were the same. "Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?" 3 charming voices came from 3 different places and overlapped with each other before drifting into Jiang Zhao's ears. 3D surround sound? Did Jiang Zhao meet a kindred spirit? With a sullen expression, he seemed a little nervous and suddenly said, "Wait." The 3 Marthas raised their eyebrows slightly. "Huh, are you scared?" Jiang Zhao suddenly grinned and asked, "What about the 4th one?" Martha's face stiffened. "What?" Jiang Zhao said, "The 3 of you aren't even enough for me to drink." Martha was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao then gestured to Martha in front of him and said, "Boiled edamame." He tilted his head to the right and said, "Fried peanuts." He tilted his head to the left and said, "Cucumber." "Huh." With a soft snort, boiled edamame stabbed towards him. Jiang Zhao raised his halberd and pushed her towards the fried peanuts along with the force of boiled edamame. Jiang Shao turned around and kicked the cucumber while chuckling. You want to start drinking with just 3 dishes? Where's your 4th clone? Serve me another dish. My Beijing braised rice from China is not something that can be tasted by your 3 dishes. In just one round, the fried peanuts that were brought towards boiled edamame and their hot and alluring figures actually fused together. They became another famous dish, flour and hair in one. The bodies of the 2 Marthas staggered, but they quickly separated and changed back. The peanuts were the peanuts, while the edamame was the edamame. This water clone, the effect is too terrifying, isn't it? Jiang Zhao's decoy couldn't fuse together, and he couldn't avoid collisions and injuries in such a way. The cucumber behind Jiang Shao had also been sent flying by his kick. No one expected the battle to unfold in such a manner. Lily rubbed his head with one hand and looked incredulous. He heard Jiang Shao speaking in Mandarin and couldn't help but say, "Contestant Martha's Mandarin is pretty good, and Contestant Jiang Xiaopi is, introducing our country's food culture to Martha." Yi Xuanyang said with a strange expression, "That's a good thing, but this dish, isn't it a little vegetarian?" The conversation between the 2 of them was transmitted to the thousands of households in China through the screen, causing them to burst into laughter. "Look at Xiaopi. Learn from Xiaopi. I'm the most mischievous. Get to the point. We can only start drinking after 4 dishes. Here's the question. Did my brother-in-law manage to maintain such a good figure because he ate peanuts and edamame? Pippi is so tough. When he comes back, I'll go to the Star Warriors in the capital to feed you. I'll buy you pig head meat." Uncle, this grandson is really sharp-tongued. He's beating around the bush and calling them vegetables. On the live streaming platform, the screen was filled with pop-up comments. On the green field, the happening vegetarian dish was displeased. Martha's body was already surrounded by dark red stars, and her speed suddenly increased by a notch. The 3 vegetarian dishes charged forward, and their swords clashed together. Jiang Shao, who was surrounded, flashed, and not only did he get out of it, he even raised his hand and threw a shot of sound of silence. At the next moment, Jiang Shao frowned slightly. The 3 Marthas did not disappear. What did that mean? It was either that there was no actual body, or that the water clone did not need the continuous support of star power. It was already considered a complete star technique. The sound of silence silenced the star power of humans and prohibited the use of star techniques by humans, not the appearance of star techniques in the area. However, in Jiang Zhao's vision and perception, the 3 water clones actually turned into water droplets and sprinkled down. Afterwards, the ground under Jiang Zhao's feet trembled slightly. Jiang Shao hurriedly retreated, and a short sword pierced out from the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Shao retreated one after another. In the eyes of the audience, every time Jiang Shao moved a step, a dagger would emerge from the ground. The sharp blade was filled with rich star power, and every time it was stabbed, there would be a ray of light that would stab into the air. No one knew how powerful the ray of light was because Jiang Shao dodged extremely quickly. In a flash, he appeared in the sky and threw the sound of silence downwards. Behind Jiang Shao, 3 figures appeared quietly. Jiang Shao stiffened and dodged again. When his feet landed on the ground, he suddenly felt more confident. He could fly in a rain with the help of the Tier Realm Star technique, but there was no need to explain the reason. To sum it up, it could be done, but it was unnecessary. The 3 figures that quietly appeared behind Jiang Shao also shattered without a sound. Jiang Zhao's figure appeared in the middle circle, and the 3 figures of Martha's appeared almost at the same time. In the perception of the Tier Realm, Jiang Shao finally discovered a subtle difference. One of the Marthas appeared first, while the other 2 were pieced together later. Perhaps it would be difficult for people to tell who appeared first with the naked eye, but Jiang Zhao's Tier Realm was able to see everything clearly. In other words, one was the water teleportation of the actual body, while the other 2 were water clones that were quickly summoned. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao thrust his halberd backwards. Screech! the sharp tip of the halberd intertwined with the dual swords held by Martha's in front of him. However, Jiang Zhao's body moved forward abruptly, and he held the middle part of the halberd with both hands before thrusting it backwards. Behind him, Martha's got a great shock and hurriedly blocked with her sword. Huff! Jiang Zhao held the middle part of the heavenly halberd and suddenly raised his body, grabbing the halberd that was wrapped in green glow with one hand and spinning it in front of his chest. At the same time, the three Marthas retreated in unison without being touched by the green glow. The three of them slid backwards on the lawn, leaving 2 marks on the ground. Jiang Zhao also straightened his back in an instant and pointed the heavenly halberd at one of the Marthas. A second later, he shook his head slightly. The tip of the halberd was pointed at the other Marthas as Jiang Zhao turned his body. Jiang Zhao grinned and raised his head slightly to greet Martha's. "Hello." Martha's beautiful eyes widened abruptly, and she ran her hand through her long, wet hair. The smile on her face grew wider and wider, and she licked her lips excitedly. "Good. Jiang Xiaopi. Hello." At the next moment, Jiang Zhao smashed a sound of silence at Martha's while his body instantly flashed and entered the sound of silence domain. "Close combat. I'll just fight. I'm really good. I'm just afraid that you won't be good after a while." Chapter 9:38. Oh my God! Oh my God! Lily hugged her head with both hands and exclaimed excitedly, "I finally know why Jiang Xiaopi is using the heavenly halberd." Yi Xuanyang's voice was also trembling. "He's suppressing 3 people by himself. Is this the essence of the heavenly halberd technique? One against many?" On the green field, Jiang Zhao was chasing after Martha relentlessly. Most of the attacks were directed at Martha, while the other 2 Marthas seemed to have become burdens in the eyes of the world. It was clearly a 3-on-1 battle, but why were the other 2 teammates burdens? The terrifying heavenly halberd was always able to neutralize the daggers that were attacking from all angles. Not only that, but the toxic healer in the middle of the vortex could even lead the enemy's attacks to suppress another enemy. The scene in front of them was the best example. The dagger that was stabbing from the left was gently knocked away by Jiang Zhao's long pole, and the pole of the halberd that was covered in green glow pierced towards Martha on the other side. Martha, who was in front of Jiang Zhao, was in a difficult situation. She was repeatedly hit by the halberd, and one of the halberds even almost pierced her chest. Finally, Martha couldn't take it anymore. The other 2 water clones disappeared quietly. "It's this node." Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to cast sound of silence. Bang! The domain of silence shrouded the 2 of them. But to Jiang Zhao's surprise, 2 water clones appeared next to Martha after she dodged the blessing. Also instantaneous? So fast. Faster than sound of silence? However, Jiang Zhao was fearless when facing 3 Marthas at the same time. After a few rounds, the world was shocked to discover that all 3 Marthas were facing Jiang Zhao head-on. Instead, they surrounded Jiang Zhao from all angles. It could be said that the 3 of them were fearful of the slightest thing and were extremely sullen. Jiang Zhao's heavenly halberd danced in an airtight manner as he borrowed the opponent's strength one after another, mesmerizing the audience. He was suppressing 3 opponents all the way from the center circle to the enemy's goal line. The bullet screen in the live stream exploded. What is this? I thought that watching the contest between Pai Shun and Hai Rigu was enough to show me the pinnacle of skill. What the hell? Is Pippi trying to challenge my imagination again and again? I finally know how Lubu beat up those 3 brothers back then. Second Master and Third Master are suffering in their hearts, a halberd that can tear the sky apart. This daddy is Jiang Fengxian. Gu Shuriwei was nowhere to be seen. 9 halberd shatter mountains and rivers in 7 seconds. Are you the living Jiang Ringgui? I might not be able to beat you, but if there are 3 of you, I can beat you up. But after that, the green field became very unfriendly to the audience. While Jiang Zhao remained silent, the 3 Marthas, who had been beaten black and blue, actually turned into water droplets that scattered down. Jiang Shao hurriedly retreated and quickly walked out of his domain of silence, while looking around vigilantly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a thick mist floated on the green field. Whether it was the camera lens, the live audience, or the commentator, none of them could see the scene clearly. While Jiang Shao was looking around vigilantly, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and it started drizzling again. In Jiang Zhao's domain, Terror Perception, he did not find any trace of Martha's on the green field. This mist, what is this? Is it not considered a polluted area? Jiang Shao not only summoned domain tears, but also purifying tears, but this mist could not be purified? Buzz! A strange and eerie sound was heard. Jiang Shao was startled and vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he flashed and teleported away. 10 meters away from Jiang Shao, a huge specter ship had actually passed by. The specter ship was a quaint wooden ship with worn-out sails. As it moved forward, it crushed the turf and water stains. Under the strong star power, it slammed into the defensive shield. Rumble! The specter ship suddenly shattered, and the defensive shield shook violently. But Jiang Shao knew that the specter ship's damage was definitely not limited to this. Even if he was not really crushed by the specter ship, he still felt a burst of panic. The layers of mist became thicker, and Jiang Shao could no longer see anything more than 10 meters away with his naked eye. Ring, 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 the sound of a bell could be heard in the fog, and Jiang Shao quickly calmed down. The domain tier still could not sense anything on the green field. Did she go underground again? You're really promising, huh? You're a melee fighter, and you're hiding to assist with long-range attacks? Isn't it embarrassing? Jiang Shao directly activated nostalgia, and at the same time, layers of tears of sorrow rain poured down. You can go anywhere you turn into water, but my tears of sorrow can go too, right? The rain of tears had already been upgraded to the highest star quality by Jiang Shao. Hence, he could freely decide the range of the tears of sorrow. However, the minimum range had to be 8 meters in diameter, and the maximum range was also limited. Regardless of the limit, it was more than enough to fill the green field. The staff of the State of Willpower were very strict and covered the audience with a defensive shield so that the rain could not reach their heads. Jiang Shao did not use tears of sorrow outside the stadium either. However, Jiang Shao had miscalculated Martha. She was indeed hiding, but she wasn't blindly using long-range attacks. Her style had never changed. Jiang Shao once again felt the soil under his feet loosening. He hurriedly retreated and stabbed with his halberd. Screech! The sharp halberd pierced the sword again, and another Martha quickly formed behind Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao frowned and thought, such an attack is meaningless. She has already experienced it clearly. What is she doing? Kacha! The fighting knife suddenly shattered into mist, and the long tail of Jiang Zhao's halberd was also cut off. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What kind of output star technique is this to be able to cut off the long tail of the halberd while being enveloped by such rich star power? Proud Star Black, who had a defensive star technique in the previous match, was also injured by this star technique, right? In the mist, there were many shadows. Jiang Shao blocked them time and time again, but the weapon in his hand, that was made of ordinary materials, could no longer be protected by the rich star power. A series of sharp cries sounded from the ground. Finally, the real body hidden not far away was drenched by tears of sorrow. As the ground trembled, a palm suddenly popped out. The shriek was not an ordinary shriek, but one that could make one feel invigorated. Jiang Shao grinned and threw out a blessing. All of a sudden, the shriek turned into a whimper. Jiang Shao followed the sound and found the location given by the tear of sorrow. He then flashed and stabbed with his halberd mercilessly. Screech! Martha, who only had half of her body exposed, suddenly turned into a pool of water. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Tactics? Luring? Buzz! Almost at the same time, a specter ship crashed into it. The damned specter ship did not have a physical form, and Jiang Zhao's tear of sorrow couldn't detect it at all. In the thick fog, Jiang Zhao's eyes were almost useless. Jiang Xiao was like a blind man 5 meters away. Jiang Zhao's body flickered continuously like a television with poor signal reception. He allowed the specter ship to penetrate his chest without being knocked away. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Xiao pressed bell against his chest with one hand, and the two foggy shadows attacked him again. Jiang Xiao activated his rich star power and blocked them with his halberd. Huh? Jiang Xiao was bewildered. Why didn't the swords in the hands of the two Marthas break his halberd? Could it be that only a certain Marta could have such explosive damage output? At this moment, Jiang Xiao felt the star power in his body getting agitated. Soft control. The water droplets interfered with the star power. A real viper only needed one blow. A real killer would fight for an entire battle just to find an opportunity. Jiang Zhao's tear of purification and the opponent's soft control soaked Jiang Zhao's entire body. In Jiang Zhao's intermittent perception, two figures of Martha's appeared in front of and behind him. One of them broke out of the ground with a hideous and twisted face. The upper half of her body was exposed. Jiang Zhao's expression changed the moment he lowered his head. Star conversion into martial arts. This is star conversion into martial arts. The sword that could cut Jiang Zhao's weapon was actually drawn out from the star map. Previously, she had already used the star transformation technique behind Jiang Zhao's back. At that time, Jiang Xiao didn't face Martha's and didn't see her draw the sword out of the star map. Instead, he sensed through the tear of sorrow that a sword had appeared in her hand. This must be her real body, right? Under the intermittent perception and purification, as well as the interference and soft control of the other party, Jiang Xiao hurriedly leaped up and spread his legs wide open. He frantically activated his star power and tried his best to flash. He ignored the attacks of the two Marthas and stabbed his halberd downwards. The tip of the halberd was wrapped in a faint layer of green glow. Yes, it wasn't a high-quality green glow, but the lowest grade brass green glow. Rather than saying that the sky halberd was stabbing downwards, it was more accurate to say that Jiang Xiao was using the halberd to block the misty sword. Plus, a strange sound was heard. The sky halberd in Jiang Zhao's hand was like a glass product. It was sliced into pieces by the sword. Although the sky halberd was sliced into pieces, the sword was shocked by the brass green glow at the tip of the halberd. Both the sword and Martha's were forced back. Ding! Jiang Xiao finally dodged, and Martha's two swords collided with each other. To be exact, they fused together. Bang! Jiang Xiao flashed above and threw a sound of silence at the ground. Swoosh! The misty figure below suddenly stiffened. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed again and dodged above Martha's. At the same time, a beam of blessing descended. Marta, who had half of her body exposed from the ground, moved extremely slowly. This was because the silence was of diamond quality. This ray of blessing light could be said to have enveloped him completely. Martha's opened her mouth wide, but she couldn't make any sound. Her beautiful eyes were blurred. Bathed in the beam of light, she completely turned into a beautiful retard. The two Marthas saw that the situation wasn't right. After landing, they struggled to move their bodies in the sound of silence. They tried their best to run towards the half-buried Marthas and try to drag her out. But here came the problem. Jiang Xiao faced the 3 plates of peanuts, edamame, and cucumber with garlic sauce. Even if he didn't want to eat, he would flip the table. Jiang Xiao flashed to the edge of the sound of silence. He waved his hands, and beams of blessing light descended. He muttered softly, fried peanuts, boiled edamame, cucumber with garlic sauce. After entering the diamond sound of silence, you still want to dodge the blessing with your speed? One Martha's had half of her body raised, and her eyes were blurred from drunkenness. The two Matildas collapsed to the ground, lying limply on the ground. As Martha's body was controlled, the thick fog in the venue gradually dissipated. Ordinary people still couldn't see the situation in the venue, but some star warriors with sharp eyes or perception-type star techniques could vaguely see the figures in the fog. The two Marthas turned into a pool of water and disappeared without a trace. However, There was still a Martha's with half of her body exposed on the lawn. She didn't disappear. Phew! Jiang Shao stood at the edge of the beam of light and looked down at the drunk Marthas. As the sound of silence disappeared, she could also speak. However, the moment her voice came out of the fog, the organizers turned off the microphone. Without a doubt, Jiang Shao had once again created a band player. Jiang Shao stroked his wet buzz cut with one hand and held the tip of his halberd that had been cut in half, revealing its sharp, irregular shape. He twirled it in his hand and looked down at the intoxicated Marthas. Cucumber with garlic sauce. Have a safe trip. Chapter 9:39. Smashed cucumber. Have a safe trip. Jiang Zhao's movement of stabbing the halberd suddenly froze, and his body flickered instantly. A dagger slashed through the air. It was supposed to be at Jiang Zhao's neck. What's going on? What happened? Who's that person? Beep, beep. Unrelated personnel, please leave. The referee blew the whistle and hurriedly yelled. The person was wearing a black cloak, and the upper half of her face was hidden in the hood, revealing only half of her face below the tip of her nose. That should be a woman's face. Her chin was slightly sharp, and her lips were pale, just like her skin. As for her figure, Jiang Shao couldn't tell. After all, she was wearing a large cloak. Jiang Shao stood in the middle of the circle and couldn't see her face clearly. In the domain tiers, the rainwater could only trace the outline of the hood. However, judging from the appearance, color, and fluttering rhythm of the cloak, Jiang Shao knew that it should be a rare creature from the deep sea. The soul of the sea devourer. The mysterious woman's next move also confirmed Jiang Zhao's guess. The long tail of the cloak wrapped itself around Martha, who was half out of the soil. The cloak wrapped itself around her arm and pulled Martha out. As for Martha, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Jiang Shao frowned. The effect of blessing on anyone would definitely not last for such a long time. However, Martha was still like a pile of mud and seemed to have lost her mind. Her large eyes were staring at the ground blankly and had lost their luster. If Jiang Shao hadn't sensed through the tier domain that she was still breathing, he would have thought that she was already dead. The scene was already in a mess. Due to the large number of Chinese spectators, a large number of curses and protests could be heard. A competition was a competition, and the rules were the rules. Seeing that your child is about to win, what's the meaning of sending reinforcements? Besides, the reinforcements are so ruthless that they want to cut off our little toxic healer's head. Teams of staff quickly went on stage, and Jiang Shao realized that his domain tiers could no longer sense anything in the field. The rainwater outlined the scene of the defensive shield being sealed. Did the staff completely seal off the green field? Disrupt the competition. Take him down. This sentence was not said by the referee, but by the state of Wool police who were maintaining order at the scene. On the other hand, Jiang Shao stood in the middle of the circle dumbfoundedly, his pupils constricting slightly as he stared at the line. Why? Because the woman stretched out her fingers, pinched the top edge of the hood, and slowly lifted it up. A familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared in front of Jiang Shao. He looked like he was in his 50s, but he had maintained his face well. All the Star Warrior military police of a certain level and strength were probably familiar with him. One of the 12 members of Planet Conversion, Liana Friedrich. All sorts of control-type star techniques were thrown at the arena, but Liana's figure flashed and disappeared. Before leaving, Liana squinted at Jiang Shao with her brown eyes. Jiang Shao subconsciously took a step back. It was not that he was afraid, but rather they were all people who had gone through life and death together. Who was afraid of anyone? More importantly, this glance, Jiang Zhao's heart pounded violently, as if it would jump out of his throat at any time. However, it was not a big deal to Jiang Shao at all. The real damage came from the trembling of his soul. Jiang Shao panted heavily, while cold sweat mixed with rainwater dripped down his forehead. Ring, 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 bell pressed against his chest, and Jiang Shao slowly squatted down while clutching his heart with one hand. Bell quickly stabilized Jiang Zhao's emotions. Under the soothing effect, Jiang Shao finally regained his senses. Is this the true strength of the members of the Planet Conversion Organization? The members of this organization are really impressive. Jiang Shao had once heard that they were omnipotent and would go to the dimensional spaces that were heavily guarded by various countries. However, they could come and go as they pleased. Not only did they want to leave, but they also wanted to leave with their star beads and star pets. Seeing is believing. In the World Cup semifinals, the whole world was watching, and Liana had just swaggered out. How arrogant must she be? Or rather, just how powerful did he have to be able to be so carefree and not care about anything? That's right. They can even roam freely in the dimensional spaces that are heavily guarded by powerful countries, let alone the World Cup. The police of the Nation of Will, who were maintaining order at the scene, cooperated with the staff and quickly sealed off the venue. The vines, stars, and controlling domains merely wrapped around Martha's body and did not touch Leanna at all because she had already disappeared. To everyone's astonishment, Martha, who was tightly controlled, suddenly turned into a puddle of water and broke apart. Is this just a water clone? Has she been taken away? When? What did they switch? There is only a group of police from the Nation of Will on the field, as well as Jiang Shao, who was squatting in the middle with one hand covering his heart and his head lowered while panting. Next, the police of the Nation of Will quickly surrounded the coaches of the Apennine Kingdom and took them away instead of communicating with them on the spot. Jiang Shao sat down in the middle of the circle and panted heavily, looking like he had yet to recover from the shock. However, all of this was just an act. He had already recovered after the first round of bell. It would be a wise choice to disguise himself as a victim, or rather, to let some people see the miserable state he was in. Pretending to be a coward? Showing weakness? Those were just tactics. Putting aside his identity as a contestant, victory would probably be determined by life and death in a real Star Warrior's career. Beep beep. China number 1 wins. The referee waved the small flag and blew the whistle. You won the competition. Skill points plus 100. All of a sudden, a coach appeared beside him and leaned over to help Jiang Shao up before taking him out of the field. The audience, which was in an uproar and restless, gradually began to applaud and encourage the audience. While walking, Jiang Shao waved at Yihuan, who was blocked out of the field by the police, indicating that he would no longer be interviewed. No one would have thought that the highly anticipated World Cup semifinals would end in such a manner. To Jiang Shao, the battle wasn't over yet. His eyes were still red, and the field-teared domain continued to expand and even shrouded the entire Balan city. Jiang Shao gently pushed away the support of the coach beside him and walked towards the players' tunnel while being comforted and encouraged by the crowd. Jiang Shao said, "Gong Jiren, I'll go back to the hotel first." Gong Jiren hurriedly stopped him. "No, Xiaopi." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao's figure had already disappeared. Gong Jiren's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly looked at the assistant at the side. "Go, bring someone back and guard Xiaopi." The assistant at the side did not bring Gong Jiren with him, but another assistant. He reckoned that the assistant should be the strongest in the team of coaches. The two of them immediately disappeared. Clearly, the assistant did not teleport through the space-time rift. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bring someone along. His teleportation was likely to be similar to that of Jiang Hong, the instructor of the Wasteland Reclaimers. He could selectively bring a person along. The two assistants quickly teleported back to the hotel and went straight to Jiang Zhao's room, but Jiang Shao didn't appear. At this moment, Jiang Shao, Star's Earthlight, switched to the Flower Blade star map. Star's deputy minister, a brown-haired Caucasian young man, appeared in the corridor on the first floor of a small apartment building in the southern suburbs of Balan City. Star's star concealment completely concealed the fluctuations of star power in his body. Jiang Zhao's body flashed again, and he entered a messy apartment that looked like a pigsty. He frowned slightly and sat down on a chair with his elbows on his knees. He leaned his upper body forward and looked at the ground quietly. Rainwater dripped down from his wet hair, and tears flowed down from Jiang Zhao's reddened eyes. In the field tears domain, Jiang Zhao sensed a girl stumbling out of the balcony on the fourth floor on the top floor of the apartment 10 seconds ago. The girl sat on the ground and kept shaking her head. Her feet kicked the ground in panic, and her hands kept supporting her body as she moved backward. "No, please, don't do this. Let me go." The girl retreated in a panic and finally leaned her back against the stone pillar on the rooftop. She was a dignified star warrior who could crush the stone fence with one hand. However, at this moment, Martha was like a weak, ordinary person who could only plead and cry. Jiang Zhao, who was on the first floor of the apartment, stroked his wet hair with one hand. He couldn't hear these words, but he could sense the movement of Martha's lips through the rain. The problem was, Martha was speaking the Apennines' native language, not English. On the platform on the fourth floor, the figure in the cloak kicked over the wooden table beside him, causing the flower pot above to fall to the ground and shatter. "You have unparalleled talent, child, but you're wasting it." The cloaked man stepped forward and stepped on Martha's shoulder, restraining her body. Under the cloak, he also took out a combat sword. The cloaked man said, "You should be grateful for the grace and gifts of God every minute and second of your life. However, your stupidity and ignorance will only make you fade into the crowd." "No, no." Martha kept shaking her head, but the cloaked man leaned over and placed the back of the knife on her chin. Lifting her head up, the cloaked man said, "You've seen what you've achieved, haven't you? In the past few years, with my help, you've achieved what you have today." Martha stared at the face above her in horror. She finally mustered her courage and shrieked, "Get lost! Stay away from me!" "Kacha!" The cloaked man stepped on Martha's shoulder with his right foot, causing Martha's right shoulder to shatter. The cloaked man squatted down and placed the knife against Martha's heart. He said in a hoarse voice, "You don't know how to be grateful, child. That's not good. I gave you star beads and used your body to fight and conquer everyone who stood in my way. What did I get in return?" The cloaked man stepped on Martha's right shoulder and twisted his foot left and right. "I want your cooperation. I want your gratitude. I want you to learn my skills. I want you to accept my experience and wisdom. I want you to inherit my view and knowledge of this world. I'll do my best to give you everything I have and let you have everything I have. However, you've been struggling in the arena. If it weren't for you, how would that little bastard have found a chance to defeat you? Even now, you're still resisting me." The sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. Martha couldn't help but scream miserably in pain. The cloaked man's knife slowly pierced into Martha's heart. At the same time, a cloak-shaped star map appeared in front of the cloaked man's chest. In the hood of the cloaked man's cloak, a ball of mist lit up. The cloaked man said, "You've disappointed me, Martha. Maybe I should have taken this body away long ago. You could have stood at the top of the world. I once thought that you would understand everything." Martha shook her head continuously, and her eyes were filled with tears of despair. "Don't control my body anymore. Don't control my life anymore. Mother, please." Chapter 940. The cloaked man's dagger pierced into Martha's heart. The star map in front of her chest, the illusory star map that looked like the soul of the sea, flowed through the dagger and into Martha's body. The cloaked person said, "Child, your vision is too narrow. You only see the sun, the moon, the beach, and the sea. You think that's all there is to the world. One day, you'll understand me and be grateful to me, dong, dong, dong." On the rooftop, the cloaked person's movements paused for a moment. She turned her head abruptly and looked through the balcony, the living room, and the door in the distance. Outside the door, a man's voice could be heard. It was a very standard American English accent. "Did something happen? I heard the sound of something being smashed and yelled. Is someone committing domestic violence? Please stop immediately. I'll call the police." 10 seconds ago, in Second Last Scourge Ruins, Fin City Base in Beijiang Province. Second Last slashed down with her knife, but Jiang Shao disappeared all of a sudden. Second Last frowned slightly and looked around, only to find that he was nowhere to be seen. The sparring skin did not have any teleportation star techniques. To be exact, the star slot of the sparring skin was empty and there were no star techniques. Since the sparring skin had disappeared, there was only one possibility. He had been summoned back. Or is there another possibility? Is Jiang Shao dead? Will the bait disappear automatically if the real body dies? Jiang Shao was the only one who knew about such a high-level star technique, and he had never tried it before. Second Last's expression changed slightly, and she quickly opened the door of the Scourge ruins before walking out. She immediately appeared in the pitch-black multi-purpose conference hall and heard the soldiers' discussions. Second Last didn't even want to walk. After finding the team members, she immediately flashed towards them and asked, "What's going on?" The members of the team looked rather embarrassed, and the Heavenly Hound said, "Xiaopi won just now, but someone messed up the game. That close-up shot." Second Last yelled, "Speak." Fu Hei said with a sullen expression, "It should be Liana Friedrich from Planet Conversion. There's something wrong with Martha from the Apennine Peninsula." Second Last's expression changed, and she finally knew why the sparring skin had been summoned back. She immediately understood what Jiang Shao wanted to do. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and stared at the sullen Second Last, not daring to speak at all. In the current situation, it was normal for Second Last to be worried about Jiang Shao. However, they didn't know that Second Last wasn't so worried because the members of Planet Hua had appeared in the World Cup. It was because Jiang Shao had recalled the bait, so he must have gone to look for the members of Star Conversion. In the southern suburbs of White Forest City, on the roof of a slightly dilapidated apartment building, hurried knocks on the door kept ringing. "Open the door. Open the door. Whoever you are, I swear I'll call the police. You'd better escape from the balcony." And on that outdoor balcony, the cloaked man raised his head slightly, his eyes turning white as he sighed. Illusory energy surged from the cloaked star atlas that looked like a soul that could devour the sea. Starting from its tail, the energy flowed into Martha's heart through the combat knife that was stabbed into it. Martha's face was ashen and her expression was extremely stiff. She didn't even struggle, and her pupils had shrunk to the size of needles. Bang! The young man outside the door barged in and strode in while cursing loudly. "Bastard! How dare you commit murder with a knife in broad daylight? Do you really think everyone is afraid of you?" The young man who came in had short brown hair. His azure blue eyes were filled with shock and anger. What did he see? What star atlas is that? What star conversion is that? Is that illusory cloaked star atlas drilling into Martha's heart? The young man strode towards the balcony, and when he passed by the living room, he picked up a chair and smashed it towards the balcony. The young man was the bait that Jiang Shao had summoned after putting on a disguise. Bang! The wooden chair did not smash into the cloaked person. Instead, the pitch-black cloak that she was wearing suddenly rose up and directly smashed the wooden chair into pieces. The cloaked man squinted slightly, only to discover that the brown-haired young man had closed his eyes. He even lifted the wooden table and smashed it towards her. "You're courting death." It was a simple sentence in English with a strong Apennine accent. It was exactly the same accent that Martha used to communicate with Jiang Shao during the competition. The cloaked man pulled out a dagger from her boot and swung it behind her. Damn! The moment she pulled out the dagger, the brown-haired young man dodged to the side. If he had been any slower, he would have been stabbed in the chest by the dagger that was flying towards him. It was only because the cloaked man was bathed in the field tear domain. Jiang Shao, who was on the first floor, immediately dodged in advance and narrowly escaped the attack. The cloaked man was stunned for a moment, but the brown-haired young man had already pounced on her. Pretending to be weak, the cloaked man realized that the young man had his eyes closed and suddenly pulled out a blood-red giant sword. He swung it over. He's actually a star warrior. Screech! The fluttering tail of the cloak blocked the blood-red giant sword, but the cloaked man was shocked. The sea-devouring soul has been pierced. Half of the giant sword that was surrounded by red mist actually tore through the cloak that had a strong defense. However, it did not pierce through completely. Instead, half of the sword pierced out and hung on the cloak. At the same time, there was only half of the star map left on the cloaked man's body. It seemed that the other half had already been integrated into Martha's body. At this moment, in a messy room on the first floor of the apartment, Jiang Shao was sitting on the chair with his elbows on his knees and staring at the ground silently. At this moment, he suddenly raised his hand. Diamond silence. Bang! On the balcony of the four-story apartment building, Diamond silence was suddenly smashed. The cloaked person Liana, the soul of the sea devourer, and Marta, whose eyes were hollow, were all included. In the shabby apartment on the first floor, Jiang Shao sat up straight, raised his head, and looked at the ceiling. His reddened eyes were misty to begin with. At this moment, hot tears flowed down his cheeks. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the domain tier rainstorm was pouring down. However, on the balcony of the fourth floor, there was an 8-meter diameter tears rainstorm. In the apartment on the first floor, Jiang Shao sat on the chair, raised his left hand, and covered his eyes. Tears flowed through his fingers, and he waved his right hand continuously, smashing the diamond silence one after another. On the balcony, the decoy Jiang Shao, the brown-haired young man, once again pulled out a blood-red giant sword, only to see a shocking scene. Martha, who was lying on the ground and drenched by the rainstorm, suddenly had an illusory cloak star map floating in front of her. In the hood of the cloak, Martha's illusory face seemed to be trapped in the cloak. The illusory face screamed in pain. It screamed mournfully, and its face was extremely distorted. She was crying and howling, seemingly in pain, while mouthing to Jiang Shao. The decoy Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. He read her lips and realized that it was, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Such a scene made Jiang Shao completely dumbfounded. Her expression was so hideous and distorted, but the message that she mouthed was to express her gratitude at the next moment. The illusory cloak and the illusory face quietly shattered and dissipated in the layers of rain together. In the diamond domain, Martha seemed to have completely lost her soul. She no longer had any emotions or emotions. Her eyes were wide open, but her gaze had completely lost its luster. Did she die with grievances? No, that's not right. She's still alive. Under the condition that the decoy and the main body senses were interconnected, the decoy could also receive all the information in the domain tier rainstorm. The decoy Jiang Shao frowned and quickly moved forward to the edge of the domain tier rainstorm. Jiang Zhao's main body also frowned and adjusted the direction of the diamond domain appropriately. He adjusted the center of the output so that Martha's body in the domain was as close to the edge of the diamond domain as possible. As for the bait, Jiang Zhao's face turned gloomy under the rain of sorrowful tears. He held the giant sword in his hand and forcefully pulled Martha's body out. His movements were slow but firm. The decoy Jiang Shao used the giant sword to move Martha's body and pushed her to the side while he scrambled out of the range of the domain tier rainstorm. The domain tier rainstorm mixed with some pure tears, drenching the two of them. However, even so, the decoy Jiang Zhao's emotions had already fallen to rock bottom. The clean tears did not have an uplifting effect. The decoy Jiang Shao, the cloaked person, Liana, and the sea devourer were the same. On the first floor, in a messy and dilapidated apartment, Jiang Shao was still sitting on the chair, but a halo of nostalgia had appeared on his calf and was spinning rapidly, replenishing Jiang Zhao's star power. The domain tier rainstorm that was 8 meters in diameter, the clean tears rainstorm that was mixed with the outer ring, and the domain tier rainstorm that covered the entire city were rapidly depleting Jiang Zhao's star power. However, ever since the halo of nostalgia was activated, he had been absorbing star power from the sea devourer and Liana's bodies without restraint. It was one thing to have a star pet in his body as a power bank, but it was another to be self-sufficient. On the balcony on the fourth floor, the cloak had already been propped up and covered Liana's body. It flew with difficulty and moved towards the house. Liana was also crawling with difficulty. The star power in her body seemed to have exploded as it surged wildly in her body and messed up her internal organs. With the strength of her body alone, Leanna's fingers on the floor of the balcony would leave a few deep finger marks every time she moved. Similarly, she also wanted to crawl into the nearest living room to take shelter from the rain. However, the small platform and the short distance of 5 to 6 meters seemed so long. Cloak, who had been loyal and devoted to Lyanna, did not even have the right to howl in the diamond domain before it turned into nothingness, completely extinguished by the torrential rain of sorrowful tears. All that was left was a star bead that fell to the ground. "Damn it, Jiang Shao, the bait!" yelled angrily. He was indeed affected by the splattering raindrops of tears of sorrow. He took 2 quick steps forward and leaped abruptly. He stepped on the stone fence and exerted some strength under his feet before leaping up high. In the air, he held the giant sword in his hand and threw it out fiercely. Screech! From top to bottom, the giant sword that was surrounded by blood mist spun rapidly and pierced into the diamond domain. It penetrated Leanna's heart and stabbed diagonally into the ground. Swoosh! The decoy Jiang Shao suddenly disappeared. Another decoy appeared in the dilapidated apartment on the first floor and appeared next to the real Jiang Shao. After avoiding the free fall and entering the range of silent disaster and tears of sorrow, the decoy Jiang Shao turned around and left without saying a word. He opened the door and walked out of the room, quickly running to the 4th floor. As for Leanna, who was dizzy, the star power in her body was in a mess, and her internal organs were on the verge of exploding. Her chest was pierced by the flower blade, and she was nailed to the ground. Her vision gradually became blurry, and the world in her eyes gradually turned dark. Leapfrog kill, skill point +5. As the information in the internal star map appeared, Jiang Zhao's right hand froze in the air, and he slowly put it down. He rubbed his eyes that were red and swollen from crying with one hand. The lower half of his face that was not covered was slightly curled up, and the silent smile on his face. Jiang Shao admitted that he had many shortcomings, one of which was being protective of his food. Star conversion? My food that goes with alcohol. Is it something that you can take whenever you want? Monthly votes to support the little toxic healer. Top. Chapter 941. As the diamond silence slowly dissipated, the decoy Jiang Shao quickly ran up to the 4th floor. While passing through the living room, he pulled out a crimson giant sword again and walked towards Leanna's corpse, after which he pierced her heart with the sword again. To be more precise, that thick blade had pierced through her entire chest. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief in the apartment on the 1st floor. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flickered, and he turned off the star technique, picked up Leanna's corpse, and picked up the star bead of the soul of the Sea Devourer. He then opened the space door and threw it in. At the same time, the soul of the Sea Devourer suddenly appeared on his body. Jiang Shao rubbed his face against the collar of the Sea Devourer robe and pointed at the blood on the ground that was mixed with the rainwater. Blood, eat it clean. The house was messy and the furniture was smashed, but it didn't matter. Only those who didn't die here were serious. With a splash, the sea-devouring robe plunged in the water and melted the blood completely, just like how it devoured and melted the flesh of living creatures. Not a single residue was left. Jiang Shao also walked towards Martha, who was lifeless and had a hollow gaze. Through the domain tier's perception, Jiang Shao could tell that he had been paying attention to her for a long time. From the beginning to the end, she had been breathing, but she didn't move at all. No matter what she saw or what kind of scene she was facing, she didn't react at all. After her soul was hooked away and dissipated in the air along with the cloak star map, she was bathed in the tears of sorrow for a long time before the decoy, Jiang Shao, rescued her. However, there was no reaction at all. The suppression of her breathing, heartbeat, and emotions was definitely not something that could be faked. Has she become a puppet without a soul? A vegetable? No, there were many ways to create a vegetative state. A person whose soul had been torn apart was definitely not a vegetative state in the eyes of the world. She was still breathing faintly, Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before grabbing Martha's head and throwing it to the sparring partner. The sparring partner caught the soulless puppet and quickly jumped into his calamity ruins. Under Jiang Zhao's instructions, the sea devourer robe that had cleaned up also quickly floated in. Jiang Shao rang the bell a few times at the door of the Calamity Shadow Realm before closing the door. In the world of Naruto, several bells that were running wildly were constantly connected to several people and passed through Marta's body again and again, but did not pass by Liana, who was not far away. Sparring partner Leather and Gardner Leather saw this scene and nodded to themselves. The bell was jumping freely, and it would not automatically search for lifeless things. When Jiang Shao was in high school, he encountered such a situation when he met Wu Haoyang and the others from Shindon Creek High School No. 11 in the snowfield. Outside the Calamity Shadow world, Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared in the bathroom of his hotel. Earthlight switch Big Dipper chart. Star concealment. Cancel star power concealment. Deputy Prime Minister. Cancel the image of the brown-haired white man and change back to his original voice. A few seconds later, the teaching assistant who was guarding Jiang Zhao's room heard the sound of the shower in the bathroom. The assistant lecturer was taken aback. He hurried forward and pushed the door open. However, he found that Jiang Shao was still wearing his team uniform and had not taken it off. He was holding the shower switch with one hand and bathing his body in the hot shower. Jiang Shao turned his head and wiped his reddened eyes with one hand. There was a hint of apology in his smile. "I'm sorry, teaching assistant. I made you all worry. I'm a little confused. That mysterious, cloaked man glanced at me and almost made me lose my soul. Now, I've adjusted my state of mind." After Jiang Shao changed into the clean and refreshing clothes that the teaching assistant had sent in, he sat steadily on the sofa under the care of the teaching assistants. One of the teaching assistants said, "According to the news from the team, the Stateable takes this incident very seriously, and the mysterious man is also a notorious international fugitive. Although anyone with a discerning eye can see that you have little to do with this incident, and that the mysterious man is here to rescue Marta, the Stateable should still need your cooperation in the investigation." Jiang Shao looked up at the teaching assistant, but before he spoke, the teaching assistant continued, "But your identity is very special. You're not only a member of the national team, but also a soldier of the Guardians of the Night. You're an officer of the Special Forces, so the situation is a little complicated now." Jiang Shao nodded silently. The teaching assistant continued, "Stay here for the time being and don't go anywhere. China is also taking this incident very seriously. We're waiting for the higher-ups to negotiate and the results." Jiang Shao said cooperatively, "Okay, teaching assistant." The teaching assistant's expression was slightly complicated. He sighed softly and said, "Don't blame us for restricting you. This is for your own good." That wanted criminal dared to appear in such an occasion, and even used her true appearance. She even brought Martha away calmly. Everyone has witnessed her strength. Since you've hurt the person she rescued, the fugitive will probably hold a grudge against you and take revenge on you. Stay here so that we can watch over you." Jiang Shao nodded. According to the teaching assistant, the person who might take revenge on him was already a corpse lying in the snowy mountains of the Calamity World. Even the person who was rescued had been placed in front of the lake of the Stone Villa. Under the watch of the Humming Whale, the Sea Devourer, and the two decoys, he was experimented on and studied by the two decoys. Jiang Shao could directly use the soul of the Sea Devourer to destroy Hua Xing Lina's corpse, but Jiang Shao wanted the medal. Soon, Jiang Shao received his bag in the changing room and also received a phone call from the teaching assistant. The person on the phone was the overall leader, Gong Jiren. Gong Jiren's voice sounded on the other end of the line. "Many people are concerned about you. Look at your phone." Jiang Shao took out his mobile phone from his bag and saw that there were many missed calls and text messages. Gong Jiren said, "The Guardians of the Night have negotiated with the national team, and I've reported the situation truthfully. Now, report the situation to your commanding officer." The overall leader then hung up the phone. Jiang Xiao also took out his mobile phone and first sent a text message to Han Jiangxue to inform her that he was safe. He then picked up his mobile phone, walked to the bedroom, and dialed second last number. The two teaching assistants did not say anything. After all, Jiang Zhao's identity was special. However, to be honest, both of them were star warriors who had plenty of perception-type star techniques. Since the living room was so close to the bedroom, they would be able to hear everything even if they were separated by a door. As soon as he picked up the voice communication, Jiang Xiao spoke first. Captain Luan. Second last understood what Jiang Xiao meant after hearing the way he addressed her. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you all right?" Jiang Xiao said, "I'm fine. What can happen to me? That girl abducted the Apennine contestant and didn't attack me much." Second last said in a husky voice, "I saw you sitting on the ground for a long time." Jiang Xiao felt a surge of warmth in his heart, but he muttered, "Ah, who knows what kind of star technique she used. I was so scared." Second last was speechless. Jiang Xiao said, Anyway, I'm in the hotel now, and there are plenty of people protecting me. I'll be fine. The main purpose of the other party should be to kidnap or rescue Martha, right? It doesn't have much to do with me." Kidnap Martha? No matter how strong the other party is and how much disdain they have for the world, there's no need to kidnap a contestant in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of the entire world, right? Wouldn't it be better to ambush them in the middle of the night? It was obvious that the other party was there to rescue Martha. Second last repeatedly watched Jiang Zhao's last attack just now and realized that the halberd was clearly aimed at his heart. Under normal circumstances, the medical staff of the World Cup were equipped with powerful medical skills. If a contestant's chest was pierced, if the referee blew his whistle in time, Martha could be saved. Of course, that was only under normal circumstances. Of course, accidents would happen too. Otherwise, there wouldn't be deaths in every World Cup. The star conversion member, Liana, wanted to take Martha away before Jiang Xiao stabbed her to death. Perhaps it was because she was worried about Martha's safety, or perhaps it was because of her strange star technique. The bizarre world had really broadened Jiang Zhao's horizons time and time again. Jiang Xiao had never seen a star conversion martial technique that could invade the souls of others. Miss Three Tails could manipulate corpses and souls, but she couldn't control living creatures by force. Second last said, "Be careful and listen to the arrangements of the national team leader." Jiang Xiao said in a solemn tone, "Don't worry." On the other end of the line, second last frowned slightly and seemed to have realized something when she heard Jiang Zhao's tone. In fact, second last had already guessed the reason why Jiang Xiao would make the call at this moment. She said tentatively, "This is a world where life and death are inevitable. Conceit will cause you to lose your life." Jiang Xiao looked at the dark clouds outside the window and the continuous rain. He had already put away his star technique, Rain of Tears, when he returned to Belan City. However, the rain was still pouring heavily. It seemed that after the rainstorm that Jiang Xiao had just triggered, it was probably not going to stop. Jiang Xiao grinned and couldn't help but say with a smile, "You're right. I agree with you 100%. On the other end of the line, second last's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously licked her lips. With a hint of cruelty, she said slowly, "Cooperate with the national team while you're away. After the competition, return to the team immediately." Jiang Xiao said, "Okay. Do. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Jiang Xiao put down his mobile phone and sat on the bed. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and picked up his mobile phone to send a call invitation to Han Jiangxue again. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao bade farewell to Han Jiangxue and hung up the phone amidst the hurried knocks on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Gong Jiren calling him out. Jiang Xiao sighed silently. Of course, he wanted to preserve Liana's corpse for the sake of the medal, but he was really curious about Liana's star techniques. "I'll take a look after I return to China, or I can choose a quiet night to flash back to study with second last." As long as Jiang Xiao had been to a place and opened the map, he would be able to flash around the world without any problems. Don't ask why. Just ask about the star gap of space-time. However, Jiang Shao reckoned that the ability to manipulate people's souls was not a star technique, but rather the effect of Lina's star martial arts. Jiang Shao asked, "Why are you back? Did I Chingchen's competition get pushed back?" Gong Jiren scanned Jiang Shao from head to toe and patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. He then felt relieved and said, "There are 75,000 people at the venue, and everyone in the world is watching. What choice do you think the Will Nation will make?" Jiang Shao asked, Gong Jiren said, "I Chingchen has already won." Gong Jiren then gestured to the door and said, "A few friends from the Will Nation are here to pay their respects to you. They might ask about the situation in the competition. Just answer them truthfully. Don't feel pressured. These are all things that have been communicated with the higher-ups. Go and sit on the sofa. I'll invite them in." Of course, the leader of the Chinese national team had no reason to lie to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao nodded in agreement and walked to the living room before plopping down on the sofa. "Congratulations on your victory, Jiang Shao. This was really a thrilling competition. I'd like to express my apologies and greetings to you for this incident." A tall and burly man from the Will Nation walked in with an apologetic smile on his face. Jiang Shao nodded and said politely, "Thank you for your concern." However, the man's next sentence was different. "Do you know that cloak person? Have you interacted with her before?" Jiang Shao shook his head. However, he thought to himself, "I didn't interact with her before, but after meeting her, I do have some interactions with her. Even now, she's still lying in the snow mountain in my calamity world, so I've always interacted with her, but I won't say it. I'm going back to collect the medal." Chapter 942. Winning the championship in advance. China is going to be the champion of the individual competition. The individual competition of the 2019 World Cup, China's Civil War. Assistant Civil War. China has obviously found a new way to cultivate medical assistants. Could it be that medical awakened star warriors are really the most powerful one-on-one combat profession? The Poison Milk Disciple defeated the host nation, meeting the Poison Milk King in the finals. This is the first time in the history of the World Cup that the same country won the championship. A mysterious man appeared in the Olympic Stadium and rescued Martha from the Apennine Peninsula. Pai Shun was shocked by the mysterious man. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. He sat in the middle of the field and couldn't get up for a long time. Due to the influence of this mysterious man, the Poison Milk King will probably be absent from tomorrow's World Cup team competition. Jiang Shao sat on a private plane sent by the World Cup organizers and headed to Muhe Market under the escort of several national team coaches. At this moment, Jiang Shao was heavily protected. No one was stupid, and they could tell that the mysterious man was there to rescue Martha. Jiang Shao, who almost killed Martha, was definitely listed as a key target of protection. After Martha's team of coaches were taken away by the Nation of Will, there had been no news of them. No one knew what the final outcome was. Jiang Shao connected to the Wi-Fi and swiped his mobile phone in boredom. He also saw the messages sent by the people on the list of people he followed. Isn't this the top girl? Yi Xuanyang said, "Since the middle of the last century, the Star Warrior profession has gradually risen after the portal of the dimensional space appeared in the world with star power. In the past 70 years, everyone has been planning their own Star Warrior path according to the experience of their predecessors and the established rules. Until the summer of 2017, a medical assistant appeared out of nowhere and shattered 9 stars with his sword. Not only did he let the world see the powerful combat ability of medical assistants, he also raised his personal skills to a level that was on par with star techniques. Initially, people thought that it was just an exception. However, in the summer of 2019, a Chinese support player who also had a buzz cut and held a giant blade, also known as the Poison Milk Disciple, entered the eyes of the world and even made it to the final circle. Jiang, shall be mischievous or not, do you think that you've changed the rules of this world with your own efforts? Do you think that you've provided a new and correct path for the growth of more medical assistants and even Star Warriors of all professions? Jiang Shao grimaced in discomfort and directly tagged I Chingchen, the disciple of poison milk, under Yi Xuanyang's question. He then left a message and said, "She has the most say in this matter." Yi Qingchen replied in an instant. Poison milk's disciple, Yi Qingchen, said, "Master, be careful. Stroking its fur, not scared." Underscore. Good luck tomorrow, Jiang Shao. Rebellion, rebellion. The buzzcut boy was going to rebel. There were quite a few people who followed Jiang Zhao's message and were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Master? What the hell? I thought Poison Milk Disciple was just a nickname. I didn't expect it to be real. Do you even need to ask? Apart from my Pippi, who else can teach such exquisite giant blade skills? Godpie, are you okay? You're sitting on the ground, panting heavily, and your face is so pale that it's scary. Is your body okay? Lu Yang, the thug from Tianjin, brother, don't force yourself if you really can't do it. Just do what you're supposed to do as an assistant and hide behind Gu Shiren. Let the three of them fight. Wu Haoyang, Xiao Lu is right. Don't push yourself too hard. Just let the god carry you. Wu Haoyang, how dare you? How dare you? How can our Jiang Fengxian be a coward? Poke you on #. Even after he got off the plane, Chen Depang, the teacher in charge of the Star Warriors Academy, and by Yin, the assistant for the team competition, came to pick him up. The coaches for the individual competition still escorted Jiang Shao to the hotel they were staying at before leaving. Indeed, they were treating Jiang Shao like a panda. Xiaopi, Xiaopi, Xiaopi. As soon as the elevator reached the 7th floor, Jiang Shao saw a human bomb flying towards him from afar as soon as he stepped out. She was muttering softly and looking at her worried expression. Jiang Shao didn't have the cheek to dodge. Instead, he spread his arms. Jiang Shao was almost knocked back into the elevator by Xia Yin due to the huge force. It's okay, I'm alive and well. Jiang Shao comforted while hugging the husky and gently patting the back of her head. I was scared to death. I heard that guy is... Xia Yin was halfway through her sentence when Jiang Shao pressed the back of her head and pressed her mouth against his shoulder. Jiang Shao nodded at Gu Shiren, Li Wei, and the rest before returning to his room. To be exact, he returned to Han, Jiang Xue's room. What was more interesting was that Gu Shiren did not follow him and instead returned to his own room. Anyway, Jiang Shao would definitely be back when he was sleeping at night. It would be good to greet him then. While thinking about it, Gu Shiren had a strange expression on his face. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, however, I can't rule out the possibility of him staying out all night. The toxic healer is already a habitual offender of staying out all night. In the room, Jiang Shao said, Xia Yin, open the Shadow Ruins. I'm heavily guarded here. If I enter your Shadow Ruins, it'll definitely be the safest place. I'm so tired and on tenterhooks. Hurry and let me have a good night's sleep. I'll come out at dinner time. Jiang Zhao's voice wasn't soft, and he spoke at a normal volume. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be eavesdroppers around. Jiang Zhao's words were meant for them to hear. Okay, my place hasn't been renovated yet. Do you want me to move this bed in for you? Xia Yin asked seriously as she picked up the single bed and opened the Shadow Ruins with one hand. Jiang Shao was speechless. The three of them entered one after another, and as Xia Yin closed the door of the Shadow Ruins, Jiang Shao looked at her with an apologetic smile. I'm fine, don't worry. Xia Yin placed the single bed on the bumpy, grayish-white stone ground and turned to look at Jiang Shao. Huh? Jiang Shao waved his hand and opened his Calamity Shadow World, saying, Xia Yin, after entering my space, you must not open your space again, otherwise we'll be trapped here. Xia Yin thought about it, and then nodded solemnly. The three of them entered Jiang Zhao's Shadow Ruins, and Jiang Shao placed his hands on their shoulders. His body flickered, and they arrived at the top of a snowy mountain. Han Jiangxue clearly felt a chill and exhaled a wisp of white mist. Looking around, she stepped on the boulder at the edge of the cliff and looked down, only to be able to see the dense forest of trees on the other side of the stone villa. Jiang Shao looked around and strode towards a big tree, where there was obviously a pile of snow. Xia Yin followed him curiously, but her pupils constricted slightly. As Jiang Shao squatted down and pushed aside the pile of snow, she saw a stiff and frosty face. This isn't this? Xia Yin was dumbfounded. The name was on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say it out loud. Jiang Shao said, Liana. Yes, yes, yes. Xia Yin nodded repeatedly. You actually got rid of her? After confirming her conjecture, Xia Yin turned around in confusion and looked at Jiang Shao. She's a member of the Star Conversion Organization. She's a world-class fugitive. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, So, there's another addition to my merit book? As he spoke, a gardener's skin suddenly appeared beside him and handed him a dagger. Jiang Shao took the dagger and moved the frozen head to the side, after which he searched for a position at the back of Liana's head. Clearly, he couldn't wait to see Liana's star technique list. While moving, Jiang Shao smiled and said, What are you so surprised about? We've killed many Star Conversion Organization members. Have you forgotten how the three of us captured Sophia previously? Xia Yan's expression became a little sullen, and she even imagined the scene of Jiang Shao fighting Liana alone. If it were in the past, Xia Yan might have secretly felt guilty and blamed herself for being incompetent. However, now that she was already in the galaxy stage, she could definitely help Jiang Shao. But he didn't ask for help. Xia Yan said sternly, Why didn't you ask us for help? Do you know how dangerous that is? Jiang Shao froze for a moment. A gust of cold wind blew past, and snowflakes brushed past Jiang Zhao's face. Coupled with Xia Yan's expression and tone, Jiang Shao was reminded of the domineering and stern Xia Yan when he first entered the snowfield 4 years ago. Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue, but at this juncture, it was obviously useless to ask for help. Jiang Shao didn't ask Xia Yan for help, nor did he tell Han Jiangxue. At this point, the team of three had already become an inseparable entity. They were bound together for good or bad. Strictly speaking, Jiang Zhao's act of chasing after Liana alone was irresponsible to the team. Jiang Shao ignored the two kings of the Galaxy Sea, one warrior and the other Dharma protector. Jiang Zhao's finger reached into the solidified blood hole and touched Liana's star bead. With an awkward expression, he asked, What do you guys think of Gu Shiren? Xia Yan still wanted to say something, but Han Jiangxue patted her on the shoulder. Han Jiangxue asked softly, What's wrong with Gu Shiren? While browsing through Liana's star technique list, Jiang Shao said, In order to become a wasteland reclaimer, he must have gone through strict vetting. Putting aside the vetting of the wasteland reclaimers, he's been with us for so long and has traveled all over the place, experienced various dimensional spaces, and even fought with us in Jindalai for several months. We went through thick and thin together. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, You want to recruit him completely into this team. Xia Yan also understood Han Jiangxue's words and knew what she meant by completely. Jiang Shao said, All of his star techniques exist to complement our team. After the World Cup, if we receive a mission from the Guardians of the Night and leave the capital, Gu Shiren. Chapter 943. Xia Yan pursed her lips and finally joined in the conversation. His character and personality are impeccable. He's a comrade who can be trusted with his back. Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly turned a little peculiar. He just smokes a little frequently and snores when he sleeps. You guys don't know, but the sound of his snoring, Xia Yan humphed and said, Why don't we know? Huh? Jiang Shao froze for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. He then remembered that the four of them were stationed in the front line of the battlefield when they were on a mission in Jindalai. Hence, their accommodation was mediocre. The four of them had been living in the same tent for several months. Hence, the two of them were naturally aware of Gu Shiren's situation. Jiang Shao thought about it and continued, He's a very functional shield. His star techniques are for this team. In our team, he makes up for all our shortcomings. However, if we leave him alone, his star techniques, Han Jiangxue said, Ask him. With the identity of a member of the national team, the identity of a champion, and the experience of the World Cup, he'll probably rise to the top among the wasteland reclaimers. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. You'd better ask him first. Okay, he told me a short story. I'm thinking of accompanying him back to his hometown after the World Cup. Jiang Shao nodded and continued. Okay. As Jiang Shao spoke, he suddenly stopped, seemingly not wanting to continue on this topic. Instead, he continued, if he's interested, I'll drag him to the Guardians of the Night. It'll be convenient for us to explore the Dragon Cave in the future. After he goes to Galaxy, I'll configure the Shield Hammer Star technique from the Fairy Tale Forest. If there's a chance, I'll add some star techniques from the Dragon Cave to him. That would be perfect. Xia Yin said, Galaxy? He's only in the late Galaxy stage now, right? Jiang Shao pulled his fingers out and grabbed a handful of snow. He then rubbed his blood-stained fingers and said, if he's interested, I'll definitely open my training space to him. Upon hearing this, Xia Yin nodded. Jiang Shao looked at the corpse buried in the snow and sighed gently. This world is getting more and more chaotic. There's nothing wrong with having more teammates. There aren't many people with such qualities who have experienced life and death with us for so many years. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao, seemingly deep in thought. She could also tell what he was leaning towards. Let's go. I'll take you to see something good. Jiang Shao then strode back, one in each hand, and his body flashed again. In Jiang Zhao's room on the first floor of the stone villa. The trio appeared quietly, but Xia Yin got a great shock. She subconsciously stood in front of Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue. Why was there another person here? They saw a figure sitting quietly in front of a wooden table. His arms were naturally hanging down, and he was looking at the things on the table with his head lowered, leaving everyone with a view of his back. Xia Yin arched her body slightly and observed the person in front of her vigilantly. A wave of aura spread out, and the majestic aura of the King of Galaxy made Jiang Shao shudder. Jiang Shao extended his finger and poked Xia Yin's shoulder gently before saying carefully, she's in a vegetative state. Xia Yin blinked and asked, huh? Jiang Shao scratched his head and said in distress, you can't say that she's in a vegetative state. Her soul should have been torn apart by a special star technique. Now, all that's left is her physical body. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were both dumbfounded. What kind of star technique is that? Are you kidding me? I've seen people summon undead spirits from corpses, but snatching and tearing souls from living people? That star technique is way too powerful, isn't it? That's against the rules. Jiang Shao said, I'm sure that's the effect of Liana's star transformation martial technique. I just sense Liana's star beads, and there should be many powerful star techniques. However, there's none that can control the souls of living people. Xia Yin looked at his back and found him rather familiar. She strode forward curiously, only to see a familiar face when she arrived at his side. Matilda Merida? Staring at her charming face, Xia Yin turned around abruptly and pointed at Jiang Shao. You. Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yin in bewilderment and asked, what's the matter? Xia Yin gritted her teeth and said, we didn't do anything bad, did you? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao's dumbfounded expression and Han Jiangxue's reproachful expression made Xia Yin lower her head silently and remain silent. She stretched her fingers out and pushed Marta's long, curly brown hair aside before gently poking Marta's face. It was soft and warm. She was indeed alive. However, she didn't have any consciousness. Her soul was torn apart. TSK. Xia Yin sighed and thought, isn't this too tragic? Jiang Shao said, didn't Liana take her away during the competition? I sensed it through the tear field and chased after them. Han Jiangxue said, continue. Jiang Shao thought about the wording and said, I was a distance away from them. I was on the first floor of the house, and the two of them were having a verbal and physical conflict on the balcony on the fourth floor. Jiang Shao continued, I couldn't hear their voices or read their lips, but I could clearly tell from their body language that Marta was at an absolute disadvantage. She was crying, begging, and resisting Liana. Xia Yin rubbed Marta's curly brown hair with her fingers and seemed to be studying the texture of her hair. Without turning around, she asked, what happened next? Jiang Shao said, when my decoy rushed into the house, I saw Liana's star map. It was a cloaked star map that was similar to the soul of the sea devourer. The star map pierced Marta's heart through the dagger in Liana's hand and continuously surged into Marta's body. Jiang Shao continued. As the battle unfolded, I controlled these people and forcefully interrupted Liana's operation. Then I saw the cloaked star map, along with Martha's soul, darting out her body. Then it shattered and disappeared. Han Jiangxue was astonished. The effect of the star map was indeed beyond her imagination. Jiang Shao reached out and gestured to Marta. Then she became like this. I was a little worried that she was pretending, but Han Jiangxue asked what. Jiang Shao explained. During the battle, Marta was bathed in my tears of domain. No matter what she saw, she didn't react at all. Besides, she was also drenched in my tears of sorrow for a period of time. I could feel that she was really unconscious. Firstly, she couldn't use her star techniques in my domain of silence, which was enough for me to dismiss many possibilities. Secondly, my tears of sorrow are of star quality. No one can remain indifferent to it. As long as one has thoughts, emotions, and a soul, it's impossible for them not to react. Han Jiangxue listened to the strange story for a long time before sighing softly. Her voice was cold and she asked, "Why did you bring this puppet back?" Puppet? This term is quite interesting. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "She's not the tyrannical maniac that everyone thinks she is. She's just a puppet whose soul has been controlled. I have no reason to kill her. Besides, Han Jiangxue asked, huh? Jiang Shao had a complicated expression on his face as he lamented. Before her soul was destroyed along with the cloak, her face was distorted and hideous. She cried and thanked me. I can't forget that scene." Xia Yin froze for a moment and loosened her grip on Marta's red lips. She turned around to look at Jiang Shao and confirmed again. "Cried and thanked you?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "It was as if she was completely freed." Han Jiangxue repeated her question. "You brought her back." Before she could finish, Jiang Shao interrupted her. With a distressed expression, Jiang Shao said, "At that time was tight, and I wanted to leave that place immediately. Hence, I didn't think too much about it, and brought her back because I didn't want her to be discovered. She's a star warrior and has a close relationship with Liana, a star cultivator. In many ways, she's of great value. I thought that it would be better for her to stay here than to fall into the hands of others." Hearing this, Han Jiangxue's heart softened, and she gently pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. The death of a soul is also a true death. She's no longer Marta now. She's already gotten rid of her life of being controlled and manipulated. Now, she's just a shell. You've helped her to be freed. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Let's put pity aside for the time being. It's impossible for me to kill an innocent person. Right now, things are a little difficult to handle. If she wasn't caught in a whirlpool, I feel that I could return her body to her family. However, Liana rescued her in public. Obviously, if I were to return her body, it would cause a disaster. Besides," Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao's side profile and saw that his expression had suddenly turned sullen. She was rather puzzled and wondered, "Is there anything more tragic than the story just now?" Jiang Shao said, "I can't understand the Apennine language and I can't read their lips, but there's a word that's common to all languages in the world." Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao curiously and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Shao said, "Mom." Xia Yin blinked and dared not say a word. In such an atmosphere, no one would say a word. Jiang Shao gestured at Marta and said, when she was begging, she called Liana Mom. This time, Jiang Shao wasn't the only one who looked sullen. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue didn't look any better either. A simple word could redefine the story and even Marta's life. After a long silence, Han Jiangxue gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and broke the silence. "As I said just now, you've already saved her. She's already freed. This is just a shell, and she's no longer Marta." Jiang Shao sighed helplessly and said, "If I had gone in earlier, I might have been able to prevent this from happening. Maybe my bait shouldn't have knocked on the door so many times." Han Jiangxue regained her poker face and said, "Don't think that way, Jiang Shao. You don't owe anyone anything. At least, You don't owe her anything. In order to ensure your own safety, you have already done your best. Now, she's the one who owes you." Jiang Shao nodded silently and said, "The story is a little heavy and emotional. If you guys are there and saw the scene, you should be able to understand how I feel." Jiang Shao then raised his arm and put it around Han Jiangshua's shoulder before shaking it left and right. "Thank you for your comfort. You're right. I don't owe anyone anything." Chapter 944. At night, Jiang Shao returned to his room and took a hot shower. He held a towel in one hand and wiped his wet hair before walking out of the bathroom and into the living room. He then sat down on the sofa. At the side, Gu Shi was lying on the windowsill in the same unchanging position with half of his body sticking out of the window while holding a cigarette in his mouth. However, he reckoned that he had run out of food because the cigarette box on the windowsill was no longer a fake snake. Jiang Shao thought about a lot of things while taking a shower, especially Liana's list of star techniques. Without a doubt, Liana should be at the peak of galaxy. She had a total of 23 star techniques, and one of them was empty. It should be the Dead Sea Devouring Soul. Star Pet Liana's list of star techniques showed very distinct regional characteristics. Most of the star techniques in the first 16 star slots were from Europe, especially the Apennine Peninsula. The list of star techniques could be said to be filled with gold and platinum quality star techniques. Without a doubt, Liana had a purification star technique, and it was a platinum quality star technique. It should be similar to the purification star technique of Princess Sophia of the Sima Kingdom. Its effects were terrifying. However, Liana's purification star technique was never activated at all after Jiang Shao used decoy to distract her and launch a sneak attack using diamond silence to seize the initiative. Jiang Shao finally knew how terrifying the Platinum Spectre ship was, as well as how powerful the Platinum 4-water clone was. Martha's star technique was almost the same as Liana's. Besides, due to the resources, Martha's star techniques were more reasonable. In terms of the first 16 star techniques, Martha's star technique was of a higher grade than his mother's. He could tell that his mother, Liana, had really put in a lot of effort to nurture Martha. Or perhaps she just wanted this body. Who knew? What was worth mentioning was that there was a platinum quality star technique that could intimidate people's souls. It was indeed rather eye-catching and of a higher quality than the first star technique of the Sea Soul Face. The effects seemed to be stronger too. Jiang Shao was shocked by the effect of that star technique. Liana glanced at him casually, and he felt his heart skip a beat. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao, who had suffered a loss before, closed his eyes and dashed towards Liana when he used decoy as bait. Such a star technique also gave Jiang Shao a wake-up call. In the future, he would have to be extremely cautious during battles and use Bell frequently. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Shao also discovered another star technique, the Sea Ridge Refuge star technique from the Sea Thief Sorcerer. It was a 10 by 10 by 10 refuge space. Of course, Jiang Shao had reason to think that it was filled with treasures. Unfortunately, the space also dissipated with Liana's death. Even if Liana wasn't dead, it would be impossible for her to take any treasures from the space of such a person. Facing such a person, Jiang Shao had to control her with silence. That was without a doubt. At the beginning of the battle, if the bait didn't succeed and the sneak attack didn't succeed, Jiang Shao would have undoubtedly fled without hesitation. After seeing the star technique of the Hailing Sanctuary, Jiang Shao felt a little regretful and also a little emotional. Second last was right. Conceit would cause one to lose his life. How conceited was Liana? She abducted Martha in front of the entire world. Perhaps it was because she was used to being domineering or because of the effects of her special star map. She had no choice but to take such a risk. However, Liana chose to educate and criticize Martha in the apartment building in the southern suburbs and vent her anger to her heart's content. That was a complete display of conceit. You have a Hailing Sanctuary. Why don't you go in and educate your daughter? Why don't you go in and snatch her body before criticizing and scolding Martha for her ignorance? Lina did indeed have the fate of a powerhouse and also the disease of a powerhouse. She let herself vent her emotions and didn't want to wait for a single second. Instead, she tried her best to criticize Martha for resisting her. After experiencing a moment of life and death, Lina also wanted to forcefully snatch Martha's body away, seemingly unable to tolerate it anymore. Perhaps, from Lina's perspective, she was really in pain and upset. That was why she lost control of her actions and behaved in such an outrageous manner. Who knows what kind of pervert she is? Jiang Xiao sighed and shook his head helplessly. At the window, Gu Shuren extinguished his cigarette and turned around. What's the matter? Are you still thinking about what happened in the morning? Yes. Jiang Xiao sat cross-legged on the sofa and folded a large white towel. What do you plan to do after this competition? Upon hearing this, Gu Shuren froze for a moment. He leaned against the window sill and crossed his arms in front of his chest. That was a rather obvious gesture of resistance. Clearly, he didn't want to think about that question. However, after hearing Jiang Zhao's question, he pondered for a moment and said, I don't know. I'll go back to school and continue being an instructor for the Wasteland Reclaimers. After I graduate from year 4, we'll talk about whether I'll stay or leave. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, You seem very reluctant. Many people want to join the Wasteland Reclaimers their entire lives, but they don't have the qualifications or the opportunity. Gu Shuren nodded but hesitated to speak. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, What do you want to say? Gu Shuren looked at Jiang Xiao and spread his hands helplessly. There's a major of the Guardians of the Night in my fixed team who's also the deputy leader of the light-chasing team. What can I do? I can only accept reality. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, You want to join me? Gu Shuren tilted his head and looked at Jiang Xiao with a grin. Haven't I always been following you? I put in a lot of effort in order to join this team. Jiang Xiao said, That's because you're qualified and capable. Otherwise, you won't be able to replace Song Chuanxi's position. Gu Shuren humphed and said, That's because Officer Song has graduated and officially joined the army. He's been promoted. Jiang Xiao thought that Gu Shuren had changed the topic, so he didn't force it. To his surprise, Jiang Xiao had misunderstood him. Gu Shuren said, How else can I follow you? Guard the night? Light chasing? Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, What a joke. Han Jiangxue can only be a volunteer soldier of the Guardians of the Night. That's the most I can poach. I can't turn an official Wasteland Reclaimer into a Guardian of the Night. Gu Shuren nodded and said, So, Guardian of the Night volunteers? Jiang Xiao folded the large towel and placed it on the coffee table. He said, I'm not forcing you. Don't misunderstand. Gu Shuren shook his head silently and remained silent for a while before saying, Forget it. I can't keep up with your pace. If I carry out missions, I'll drag you guys down. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, That's not right. I've never made friends based on how strong they are. Anyway, they're not as strong as me. Gu Shuren was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, I follow the same principle when choosing teammates. Gu Shuren couldn't help but smack his lips and say, Don't you feel guilty for saying that? Jiang Xiao put down his legs and put on his slippers. As long as you understand what I mean. Gu Shuren pouted and seemed to want to say something, but he held back in the end and didn't speak. Jiang Xiao stood up and said, I'm just asking you about your future plans. It seems that you haven't thought it through yet. It's all right. Anyway, there's still a year before I graduate. I have plenty of time to think about it. Jiang Xiao then walked towards the bedroom. However, Gu Shuren said behind him, I'm in the golden stage of growth now. It's the most important period of my career as a Star Warrior. I can't afford to waste a year. Oh, Jiang Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw Gu Shuren taking out another cigarette of unknown brand from the cigarette box and putting it in his mouth. He then picked up the metal lighter. Damn, the pulley streaked across. Sparks and flames sprang up. Phew! Gu Shuren leaned against the window sill, tilted his head, and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. I'm afraid this world won't give people a year. Jiang Shao understood what Gu Shiren meant. He accepted Jiang Zhao's invitation. Jiang Shao leaned against the doorframe and looked at Gu Shiren. You've told me about your childhood and how you transferred schools. Why did you work so hard to become a star warrior? Do you have a goal in mind? Let's not talk about my original goal. I'm past the age where I'm ambitious. Gu Shiren held the cigarette in his mouth and squinted his left eye. Now, I'm thinking of buying a house in Beijing after the World Cup and bringing my parents there. The mother that Gu Shiren was referring to should be something like a memorial tablet. Gu Shiren continued, before the world is completely chaotic, I'll settle them down somewhere. Beijing, the center, should be safer there. Besides, I'm from the wasteland reclaimers in Beijing. Jiang Shao nodded. If Gu Shiren wanted his father to live the rest of his life in peace, and for his mother to live in peace, Jiang Shao had the calamity world that could satisfy all of Gu Shiren's requirements. After experiencing the conflict between father and son, Gu Shiren still had that plan. What a character! Gu Shiren's father had tried his best to stop him from growing up and pursuing his dreams. He had even cut off contact with him. If it were another son, Jiang Shao wondered how he would react. Jiang Shao asked, "What about your uncle?" "Huh?" Gu Shiren grinned and said, "He's a member of the Guardians. His duties and obligations, as well as his personality, make it impossible for him to leave the local Guardians. I've told you before that my grandfather died in front of the two of them. It affected their lives and also created two extreme people." Jiang Shao nodded silently and asked, "Do you think your father will agree to move?" "Who knows? Let's go back and take a look." Gu Shiren shook his head. With a helpless expression, Gu Shiren said, "I'm not sure if he'll acknowledge me or not, but no matter what, I have to take my mother away. He can't protect that family and keep her safe." Jiang Shao didn't dare to say anything, nor did he make any suggestions. After all, it was Gu Shiren's family matter. He pondered for a moment and said, "I'll accompany you back after the World Cup." Gu Shiren said, "No need." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I haven't been to Guangxi province yet. There are so many strange dimensional spaces, but I haven't seen any of them. You go ahead and do what you need to do. I won't disturb you." Gu Shiren turned around, leaned on the windowsill, and stuck his head out of the window. "All right." Jiang Shao leaned against the door frame and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "If you want to find a quiet place, I can provide one." Gu Shiren turned around and smiled in disdain. "Are you kidding? With the development of the world, how can there still be peace? It's impossible for me to take her to the uninhabited desert. Even if it's a desert or some deep mountain forest, there will still be dimensional spaces opening up." Jiang Shao said with a serious expression, "I'm serious." "Huh?" Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao, put out his cigarette, and slowly straightened his body. Jiang Shao said, "There could be mountains, water, forests, and lakes there. It's quiet and tranquil. No one will ever disturb it except for you." The two of them looked at each other for a long time, and the house fell silent. After a long time, Gu Shiren looked straight into Jiang Zhao's eyes and said, "You want to transform Xiayan's ruins of calamity into a cemetery? That's too extravagant, isn't it? Besides, 100 square meters of land isn't enough to build a mountain." Jiang Shao looked straight into Gu Shiren's eyes and said, "That's not something you should think about." Gu Shiren suddenly smiled in a carefree manner. "Jiang Xiaopi, you're trying to buy my life." Jiang Shao reached out and pointed at the two of them. "We're comrades in arms." Gu Shiren's smile faded, and he looked at Jiang Shao silently for a long time before nodding gently. Climax. Chapter 945, July 26th. At the Allianz Stadium in Muhe City, there would be 2 matches in the morning, followed by a few round-robin matches in the afternoon to determine the final rankings. The duel between the Star Warriors of China and the Fen Blizzard Legion was scheduled for the second match in the morning. At this moment, the 4 members of the Star Warriors of Beijing were sitting in the locker room and watching the television hanging on the wall. Han Jiangxue, Gu Shiren, and Jiang Xiao were all watching seriously, but Xia Yin was immersed in her own world and playing with her mobile phone. Of course, such an evaluation was not correct for her. She was looking at her mobile phone and watching the videos of her competitions again and again. She was watching herself displaying her prowess on the green field. Perhaps there was a certain degree of complacency in it, but more than that, she was looking at his own combat moves and combat choices. Ever since Jiang Xiao gave her the suggestion yesterday, she began to repeatedly watch the videos of her competitions after she advanced to the Galaxy stage in the evening. Jiang Xiao's words were straightforward. You're the king of the Galaxy stage, and your physical attributes are superior to everyone else's. In particular, after entering Galaxy, your body has been developed to a higher degree. As a melee fighter, you've already surpassed the rules awakened in the Galaxy stage. Besides, your Big Sword Star map has helped you revise, supplement, and systematically organize your Big Sword techniques. Your combat skills have already surpassed your peers by several levels. Besides, you can already turn Star Warrior into Star Warrior. Hence, it's only right for you to win in the arena. The question is, how did you win? Did you make the right choices? Do you still have the habitual thinking and combat habits of the Galaxy stage versus the Galaxy stage? Are your choices and actions superfluous to the Galaxy stage versus the Galaxy stage? Xia Yin especially admired Jiang Xiao in terms of software facilities. Her admiration was not expressed by Jiang Xiao, but by Xia Yin, who had witnessed Jiang Xiao's competition time and time again. She had also personally experienced and carried out missions with Jiang Xiao, or software facilities. Its combat intelligence, combat literacy, combat skills, mentality, character, and a series of other factors. Since Jiang Xiao raised that question to her, Xia Yin began to examine herself even though she was grumbling. Combat Awakened and Rules Awakened were different. Combat Awakened emphasized the use of the body. Han Jiangxue might not have to do too much homework, but it was necessary for Xia Yin. Beep beep. On the TV screen, the referee blew his whistle, signaling the end of the first round of the competition. The last of the last. The sharpest arrow vs. the strongest shield ended with the arrow winning the match. The Archer Cavalry Legion from the Xia Republic cleverly combined their star techniques and archery skills to defeat the shield and hammer combination of the host country, the Will Nation. Han Jiangxue looked at the screen and asked softly, how does Xia's cavalry bow compare to the great Ming empires? Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, they're both strong bows and fine horses, but their styles are too different. Haya was less ferocious and unruly. Instead, they had more rules and placed more emphasis on star techniques. Also, Han Jiangxue shifted her gaze away from the high-spirited female archer and turned to look at Jiang Xiao. Huh? Jiang Xiao said in disdain. These Zias are too good-looking. All of them look like elves. I thought Xia had brought 4 famous models over to walk on the runway and shoot a yogurt commercial. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Gu Shiren, Xia Yin laughed. Uffed. Ha! Jiang Xiao sighed and said, the contestant from Great Ming Empire looked more comfortable. Look at Hai Rigu. He's bold and unrestrained. That's what a fighter should look like. Gu Shiren subconsciously touched his chin, feeling the little stubble that had yet to be shaved. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and looked at Gu Shiren's actions. He frantically said, I'm not praising you. Gu Shiren grinned and declined to comment. Looking at the smug look on Gu Shiren's face, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but say, you'd better think about how to defrost when you face the Blizzard Army later. My Tears Cleanser can't do that. Not bothered at all. Gu Shiren tilted his head and gestured in Han Jiangxue's direction. Commander has plenty of Fire Series star techniques. Jiang Xiao still wanted to say something, but he couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought about the possible sleep that would happen later. Patience is proper patience. It was also a star grade item. However, Jiang Zhao's various senses did not weaken or disappear. Instead, his body became even more sensitive. The icy rain in a while would probably make Jiang Xiao shiver from the cold again. Ah, how can skill points be obtained so easily these days? I've risked my life to get drenched in the icy rain for only 100 skill points. I have a total of 4 pets now, and all of them are sinkholes. Damn it. How am I going to survive? At the thought of it, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but shiver. What's the matter? Han Jiangxue asked while grabbing Jiang Zhao's arm, with a concerned expression on her face. She had clearly misunderstood and thought that Jiang Zhao's other baits had encountered some mishap. It's okay, it's okay. I'll shake a little and refresh myself. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, let's change our tactics. Xia Yan, who was at the back, was displeased. She had been looking down at her mobile phone, and at this moment, she raised her head to look at Jiang Xiao with a wary expression. What tactics? Jiang Xiao said, if nothing goes wrong, there will definitely be a blizzard later. Let's go big. Little Jiangxue, go ahead and use meteor fall. Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, silly Pippi, you liar. You said that I'm a main attack point. Jiang Xiao supported himself with one hand on the stool and leaped backwards. He leaned against the door of the locker and sat down beside Xia Yan. He said, you can go on a killing spree in the blizzard and meteorites. Activate your body of star power and turn it into a star weapon. Summon a big sword and apply burning flames on it. I'll give you the halo of nostalgia. Xia Yan said, didn't you ask me to think about the scene that I mentioned just now? Think about it carefully. Jiang Xiao interrupted Xia Yan and continued, think about it carefully. Xia Yan's eyes slowly became misty, and it seemed that there were already images in her mind. Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly, every frame is like a wallpaper. From now on, millions of Chinese netizens will be able to see Goddess Yan's valiant and heroic appearance whenever they turn on their computers or mobile phones. Xia Yan seemed to have really imagined an exquisite scene. She opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed, wow. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and asked, how is it? However, Han Jiangxue was rather dissatisfied. She said, it's not good to change tactics before the match. Jiang Xiao said, I think it's good. It's an ace versus an ace, after all. It's a large-scale attack. Let's show the people of the world a disaster movie that comes from nature. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao in disdain and asked Xia Yan, Xia Yan. Xia Yan nodded subconsciously and said, okay. Han Jiangxue then looked at Gu Shi and raised her eyebrows slightly. Gu Shi pinched his thumb and index finger together and placed it on the corner of his mouth. He made a zipper action and pulled it from one corner of his mouth to the other. You're all right. I'll just watch without saying anything. On the other side, Xia Yan also snapped back to her senses and looked at Han Jiangxue in bewilderment. What's the matter? What did I promise you just now? Jiang Xiao asked. Why did you promise me when you didn't hear me clearly? Xia Yan scratched her head in embarrassment and said, I'm used to it. Hee. It's a conditioned reflex, Jiang Xiao said. Little Jiangxue said that you're not the main focus of this round. She told you to continue spacing out after you go on stage. Xia Yan said anxiously, don't. I still want to experiment. I found a lot of unnecessary movements. It's time for the warm-up. With the reminder of the coaches, the team of 4 from Beijing stood up one after another and followed the coaches out of the locker room. They then walked along the players' passageway towards the green field. The second round of the competition that everyone has been waiting for is finally here. Fabiu announced excitedly. In the previous round, the Capital Star Warriors got the bye, which made Fabiu rather frustrated. However, there was a competition between the Xiangnan Military Academy in the previous round, and Fabiu poured all his passion on the Xiangnan Military Academy. If one were to listen to his live stream without watching the television, they might even think that the Xiangnan Military Academy had won the previous round, Jing Xinhua said gently. In the competition next door yesterday, Jiang Xiaopi encountered some accidents during the competition. He posted on Weibo yesterday, so he should be fine. Now that he's on stage, Fabiu waved her hand and said in high spirits, no problem. Jiang Xiaopi is full of energy and fighting spirit. Look at his head-shaking warm-up. Wow, he's so relaxed and carefree, as if he's taking a stroll in the park. Jing Xinyue was a little dumbfounded and hurriedly interrupted for fear that maybe you would recite a few more lines of poetry before the competition began. Jing Xinyue said, "Hey, there's some situation at the sidelines. The leader of Finn's Blizzard is walking towards the Chinese team. The team of 4 from the Capital Star Warriors was still warming up. As the shield, Gusher naturally stood on the rightmost side of the team, which was also the direction that Captain Finn was coming from. Kimmy Mannerheim, a tall young man with blonde hair, walked over and extended his right hand to Gusher. He was a typical Nordic man who had blonde hair and blue eyes. His hair was not dyed, and he did not wear contact lenses either. He was different from the Hollywood celebrities who catered to the public's tastes. Kimmy had a friendly smile on his face, and his posture was elegant and polite. His handsome face and sunny temperament made it easy for others to like him. Gusher shook his hand forcefully. Gushurin. Kimmy picked up the collar of his national team uniform with one hand and covered his mouth. He whispered, "We know our own strength, but we're already in the top 4 now. We're no longer fighting for ourselves. We need to give a good answer to a lot of people. So, it's impossible for us to admit defeat directly. However, we know our limits, so..." While speaking, Kimmy put down his collar and smiled at Gusher. Gusher and remained silent for a long while before emphasizing in Chinglish. "I don't understand English." Kimmy was speechless. "Damn it. Why are you communicating with me for so long if you don't understand English?" However, Kimmy's stiff expression disappeared in a flash, and he smiled again. He reached out and pointed in Jiang Zhao's direction while looking at Gusher and inquisitively, seemingly asking if he could go over and communicate with him. Gusher shrugged his shoulders and continued to bend down. Jiang Zhao sat on the ground and looked up at Kimmy with a grin. He then extended his right fist. Although the two of them were whispering to each other just now, Jiang Zhao had already guessed what was going on based on Kimmy's expression and state. Kimmy smiled and nodded. He then leaned over and bumped his fist against Jiang Zhao's before squatting down. Kimmy covered his mouth and said something while Jiang Zhao nodded and watched Kimmy leave. After Kimmy left, Jiang Zhao laughed and looked at Gu Shuren. "Shuren, you didn't get a guaranteed spot. You got into the Capital Star martial arts competition by yourself. Don't you understand English?" Gu Shuren humphed and said, "How can face-to-face communication be the same as taking an exam?" Jiang Zhao got a great shock and hurriedly said, "Cover your mouth before you speak." "Huh?" Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. While raising her leg, she looked at Jiang Zhao and said, "Aren't you rather mischievous? Do you have anything that you don't dare to say? I didn't realize that you're quite self-aware." Jiang Zhao leaned back and asked, "What do you mean by an international superstar?" Xiaoyan was speechless. Jiang Zhao sat on the ground with his legs spread open and looked up at Xiaoyan. "Why do I have 40 million Chinese fans on Weibo, while you only have 1 million Chinese fans?" Xiaoyan pursed her lips and muttered, "Uft." Jiang Zhao lowered his head and pinched the soft green grass with his fingers. After remaining silent for a while, he murmured, "Maybe it's because of my beauty." Xiaoyan strode over and knelt in front of Jiang Zhao. She then cupped his face with both hands and lifted his buzz-cut head. She said softly, "This is the semi-finals of the World Cup. The whole world is watching us. Please wake up." Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh?" Xiaoyan said, "Don't make me slap you." Jiang Zhao was speechless. Chapter 946. Oh, the Chinese army is on the field. We're going to enter the pre-match exchange segment again. I'm so excited. Jing Xinyue said, smilingly, while staring at the contestant from both sides who were quickly appearing on the field. The members of Finn Republic were wearing blue and white national uniforms, while the Chinese were wearing red and white national uniforms. The colors were especially easy to distinguish. As for the race, it was even easier to distinguish. The 4 black-haired and black-eyed Chinese players had already become synonymous with the Devil King. The Western media, which controlled the mouthpieces of the world, were all wailing and clamoring trying to find the warriors who could challenge the Devil King. Of course, the outsiders were just there to watch the fun. The behavior of the contestants of Finn Republic before the game had already made it clear that the warriors on the other side did not want to challenge the Devil King. They just wanted to meet him and go home safely. The four of them were not cruel people. They had come here to win, not to kill. Of course, they were willing to show mercy. During the pre-match exchange segment, both sides were rather friendly. To Jiang Zhao's dismay, he was standing behind Han Jiangxue, and a girl from Finn Republic waved and greeted him frantically. Maybe it's because of his image? Or because of his personality? Or because of his age? Jiang Zhao was always treated as a younger brother. Most of the girls would think things like, wow, my idol, or what a cute Pippi when they saw Jiang Zhao, and not hubby, or I want to be your girlfriend. They were all fans of Jiang Zhao, which made Jiang Zhao very annoyed. Jiang Zhao thought that he would be fierce when he needed to be, and that his charm would be maxed out when he needed to be. However, the reality was, why? Which part had gone wrong? Do I have to shine around the world and teach the people of the world a lesson with my tears? When they see me again, they will only have one thought in their minds. This man is a Devil King. However, Jiang Zhao was indeed an international superstar. He was the defending champion of the previous World Cup, and judging from the trend, he would probably be able to successfully defend his title in this World Cup. The 40 million Chinese fans were only from China. Ever since social media was connected to the world, the number of foreign fans was calculated separately. Although it was less than the number of Chinese fans, it was not much less. On the field, Jiang Zhao responded awkwardly, but he thought to himself, hurry up and rest. It wasn't easy for your captain to convince us to go easy on him. If you continue to be so passionate and unrestrained, you'll be in for a treat when the match starts. Jiang Zhao stole a glance at Han Jiangxue. Although he could only see her back, he could tell from the faint star power fluctuations in her body that the meteorite fire was inevitable. It's starting. The referee blew the whistle to start the match. Fabi Yu announced loudly, her infectious voice stirring up the emotions of the people. The Dungu is guarding goddess Shui. Xiaopi has activated its star technique, Tear Rain. Judging from the effect, it shouldn't be tears of sorrow, but tears of cleansing. He activated nostalgia again. Did he activate silence? Who is the one who is silent? Why didn't I notice? Goddess Shui has activated the flame shield and the star technique, incineration. Wow, the catastrophe is coming. Phoebe moved her eyes away from the screen and tried to raise her head to look at the sky above the Allianz Arena. In a cloudy sky where rain and snow intertwined, burning meteorites tore through the thick dark clouds and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of meteorites fell, crazily smashing into the arena, and waves of exclamations came from the spectator stands. Due to the fact that the attack range of the meteorite fire was relatively large, it was not limited to the green field. Hence, a large number of meteorites smashed into the transparent defensive shield above the audience. The burning boulders shattered and splashed in all directions, smashing the defensive barrier with a loud rumble. Most of the spectators who had been cheering for the team immediately stopped. There were even some spectators who turned around and fled out of fear and panic. After all, Star Warriors were the minority, and the vast majority of people in this world were ordinary people. Besides, they were ordinary people who had not gone through systematic training and had never experienced a battlefield. Even for Star Warriors, very few of them had encountered meteorite flames of such a level. The organizer's voice immediately filled the Allianz Arena through the microphone. Calm down. Everyone, please calm down. You're absolutely safe. Don't worry, you're safe. The commotion in the audience only calmed down after the staff tried to calm them down. However, the enthusiasm of waving flags and cheering had really faded away, and all that was left was the panic and anxiety of the audience. Their faces were pale, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They couldn't help but look up at the sea of fire and gravel on the transparent defensive shield. A mother was holding a crying child in her arms. She kept rubbing his back gently and looked up worriedly from time to time. She murmured softly, "This is a star warrior. He can protect us, but he can also easily destroy us." Such a scene shocked too many people. The manifestation of star techniques was different. Jiang Zhao's tears of sorrow would not be much worse than the meteorite fire, even if it was of normal intensity. However, the manifestation of rain and the meteorite were fundamentally different. To ordinary people, Han Jiangxue was like a creator of natural disasters and a person who could destroy the world. On the green field, there was a strong snowstorm, and everyone's vision was gradually blocked. Fortunately, the snowstorm appeared within the defensive shield and had yet to cover the entire field. Otherwise, the scene would be even more panicked. Phoebe listened to the deafening rumble above his head. Finally, for once, he felt like he was broadcasting from a real battlefield. Phoebe's voice was trembling, but it was able to stir up the emotions in everyone's hearts. Han Jiangxue from the Star Warriors of China, the meteorite fire from the Inferno Tribunal of China. Amidst the deafening roar, Phoebe's trembling voice could be heard in every household in China. Han Jiangxue has shown everyone the true power of a Star Warrior. This is a group of people who can destroy heaven and earth. Due to the snowstorm in the field, the camera simply adjusted its angle and moved the lens to the defensive shield above. At this moment, the transparent defensive barrier was covered in rubble. There were even huge rocks that were smashing and exploding at the same time. Even the pattering raindrops in the sky and the wind and snow that drifted out from the battlefield were unable to extinguish the burning sea of fire. The various forms of natural disasters turned the arena into a real region. Even those who were not present could feel the power of the natural disaster and could imagine the consequences of such a scene. But, Phoebe continued, "Please don't forget that Han Jiangxue is a student from the Star Warriors of China, a member of the national team, and a wasteland reclaimer. She's our guardian, a soldier with firm faith, not a destroyer or destroyer." Jing Xingyue also snapped back to her senses and finally spoke up. Her gentle voice was very penetrating. Through the rumbling and crackling sounds of the raging flames, her voice was transmitted to thousands of households, soothing people's hearts. Ever since the start of the World Cup, Goddess Xue has been suppressing her talent. Perhaps it's also because she's afraid of being too shocking. She's a girl who knows her limits and knows how to take care of others' feelings. In this game, she chose to deal such an output in order to restrain the enemy's blizzard. After all, Xiangnan Military Academy suffered a great loss in the blizzard. Phoebe continued, "We've also seen a star technique like meteor fire in the World Cup. I don't know if it's because I'm here in person this time, but I keep feeling that Goddess Xue's meteor fire seems to have a larger range, and the frequency of the meteorites falling is higher, denser, and the flames are stronger." Jing Xinyu suddenly said, "Did I hear the whistle for the game?" Due to the fact that the meteor fire was too dense, the sound of the meteorites hitting the defensive shield was deafening. The front of the audience was covered in snow, and there was a sea of flames spreading above their heads. Hence, at this moment, they were easily able to ignore other factors, be it in terms of hearing or psychology. Gradually, they felt the violent vibrations above their heads and the sounds of the meteorites hitting the ground gradually diminishing. The snowstorm that obstructed their vision also quickly dissipated. Everyone finally saw the situation in the arena clearly, but there was a series of gasps. The once flat green field was now full of potholes and flames, and boulders were everywhere. Some areas had even been built up to the height of a two-story building. It was really a disaster scene. Bang! With a loud sound, Xia Yan's figure was revealed amidst the pile of meteorites in the enemy's half of the arena. At her feet, a player with a face full of dirt and grime crawled out. He turned around and sat on the ground, gasping for breath with a frightened look on his face. In fact, the effect of Han Jianshue's meteor fire was inseparable from Xia Yan's harassment. The camera quickly scanned for the others, only to see Han Jiangxue standing quietly at the highest point of a pile of meteorites. In front of her was Gu Shirin, who had been frozen into an ice cube. Such a scene showed Gu Shiren's diligence and conscientiousness. From the beginning to the end, he followed Han Jiangshue's rhythm and never left her side at all. He had been guarding in front of her, shielding the team from the wind and rain, snow and ice. The staff quickly went on stage and used the star technique perception to accurately and quickly find their targets. They then rescued the contestants from the Finn Republic who had been smashed into the meteorites. "Where's God Pie? Where's God Pie?" Phoebe Yu asked in shock. Just like the audience, Jing Xinyue's heart was in her throat. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was hiding in the pile of meteorites at Han Jiangshue's feet and looking at the unconscious captain of Finn, Kimmy, helplessly. Kimmy, the captain of Finn, was lying in the rubble with his clothes in a mess and his face covered in dust. He had long passed out because of Jiang Xiao's choking. Jiang Xiao felt that he had deliberately teleported in. Although Jiang Xiao was nominally a medical assistant, no one would dare to attack Jiang Xiao, even if they dared to attack Xia Yan. Jiang Xiao was the champion of the individual competition. Captain Finn was a rules-awakened, yet he teleported in front of Jiang Xiao. What did that mean? Was he asking for a beating? Everything happened naturally. Kimmy, the captain of Finn, came over and Jiang Xiao pinned him to the ground in a few moves. The ground techniques that he hadn't used for a long time were put to use again. The two of them had an intense collision and exchange in the dark and hot stone chamber, after which Kimmy fainted. Jiang Xiao didn't attack him either. Instead, he stood on the spot with his hands on his hips and looked down at Kimmy. He felt that he had been tricked. Han Jiangxue and Gu Shi and left their positions and made way for the pile of meteorites beneath their feet. With the joint efforts of the staff and Jiang Xiao, a life passage was finally opened up in the pile of meteorites. Jiang Xiao first sent the unconscious Kimmy out, after which he flashed out too. It was a special competition. Compared to the rescue situation on the field, the audience was more concerned about the staff who were clearing the meteorites and putting out the flames above their heads. They were worried that the staff who had put up the defensive shield would not be able to withstand the sudden disappearance of the shield and plunge the audience into a sea of fire. Phoebe was also very concerned about the cleanup situation above, but she continued to broadcast cautiously. "The Chinese team has won. I wonder who imprisoned Captain Finn in the meteorite pile beneath Han Jiangshue's feet. Xiaopi must have knocked Captain Finn unconscious with its superb martial arts skills." In the image, Captain Finn, who had been treated by the medical star technique, slowly woke up and looked around in confusion. Jiang Xiao secretly nodded. "Brilliant. Really brilliant. Send. Send." The other party said, "I'm not playing a rigged competition with you. In such a disadvantageous situation, the team is being suppressed and we're about to lose. This is my last choice. I'm going to rush into the hinterland and get to the back line. I'm going to destroy the enemy's lair. It's either I succeed or I die. However, I was killed by the enemy's support. What can you say about me? Killed by the support? That's the World Cup champion, the king of duels in the individual competition. As Captain Finn, I'm so courageous and resolute. I just lack some luck. Who could find fault with me?" Anyway, Jiang Xiao couldn't find fault with it. Chapter 947. The post-match interview was carried out in the players' tunnel. He Huan, the reporter who didn't manage to catch Jiang Xiao yesterday, finally seized the opportunity this time. Ignoring the reporters who were interviewing Han Jiangxue, he began to interrogate Jiang Xiao. He Huan said, "You performed well in the arena today. Although everyone didn't see the exact situation, at least you were in a good state before the match. We all saw how pale you were and how you looked when you sat in the center circle. Can you talk about how you felt at that time? How are you feeling now? You've already gotten rid of the influence of that sudden incident, right?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "It's fine. She should have a star technique that can intimidate souls. She glared at me, but it's not a big deal. I've already gotten rid of the influence." He Huan heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "Back to this competition. Everyone is very curious about what happened in the arena. What kind of battle did you have with Captain Finn in the meteorite pile?" Jiang Shao grinned and said, "The snowstorm covered the entire arena and blocked my vision, so little Jiangshua buried me, protected me. The burning meteorites formed a natural shelter that was very warm inside. She was very considerate and knew that I was afraid of the cold and had a weak body. I reckon that Captain Finn was afraid of the cold too, so she followed me in. At that time, I was displeased. My sister built this home for me. Why do you have to come in?" Huan was speechless. The reporters at the side were also speechless, and everyone looked over. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and nudged Xia Yin, indicating that he had joined the team and was being interviewed by them. To his surprise, as soon as Jiang Shao returned, the reporters handed the microphones to him and asked, "What happened next? What happened next? I don't see any obvious injuries on his body. You didn't use the giant sword?" "Melee combat. 3 punches, 1 kick, 1 elbow, pounce flash, and ground technique. Naked twist," Jiang Shao said casually. "He grabbed my arm very forcefully and asked me to let go of him." The reporters were dumbfounded. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I didn't agree." The reporters were speechless. Huan seized the opportunity and hurriedly cut the cue. "Xiaopi, we have a rest tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the individual competition. China has already secured the 1st and 2nd place in the individual competition. Do you think that you will be the champion again?" Jiang Shao shook his head. "Who knows? Since we're already here, let's give it a try." Jiang Shao then moved closer to the team again and even hid behind Xia Yin. The reporters finally shifted their focus and looked at Han Jiangxue again. People have witnessed the powerful destructive power of Star Warriors time and time again. In today's competition, you've once again shown the world how much damage a powerful Star Warrior can cause to this world. Ever since the emergence of the Middle Leaf and the Star Warriors in the upper world, all kinds of threats have emerged endlessly. As a powerful Star Warrior who stands at the peak of the world, what do you think about this? Han Jianshua's expression was cold, and she tried her best not to show her annoyance. Instead, she turned her body sideways and pressed Jiang Zhao's shoulder before pulling him forward. Of course, the reporters were willing to interview Jiang Zhao. No matter how many experts there were in the team, the most dazzling star was definitely the toxic healer. Jiang Zhao thought about it and hurriedly helped Han Jiangshu out of the predicament. He seemed to be trying to prove himself, but also seemed to be comforting her. Although I don't want to compare the Star Warrior profession to a tool, I have to admit that this profession does have powerful abilities. I've always believed that tools are neither good nor evil. In the hands of a chef, a kitchen knife can make delicious dishes, but in the hands of a criminal, it will become a weapon. To be able to make it to where we are today, we are all people with honor and firm beliefs. I also hope that the people of China can cooperate with the military and police in the face of all kinds of disasters that we may face in the future. We're all the same kind of people. We're all guardians. After saying that, Jiang Shao secretly pushed Gu Shi and quickly walked into the tunnel while bidding farewell and not accepting any more interviews. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Shao was packing his luggage in a locker room and preparing to return to the hotel, Chief Team Leader Zhu Yiheng knocked on the door and asked Jiang Shao to come out. Jiang Shao thought that it was something serious, but he discovered that Captain Finn was smiling and holding Jiang Zhao's hand. He even patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder in a friendly manner. After chatting for a while, Captain Finn didn't make himself too clear, but he managed to express his meaning. The two of them exchanged communication numbers, and another person appeared in Jiang Zhao's special Weibo follower list. The Republic of Finn was a country that did not retain a royal family, but Jiang Shao knew that Kimmy had a special identity and that he was the leader of the younger generation in the Republic of Finn. Since they had a good relationship, Jiang Shao was happy to befriend him. He was a rational and wise leader. Thanks to his negotiation, no one died in the competition against the Capital Star Warriors competition. Of course, if people knew the specific situation, they could also say that Kimmy was weak and cowardly. However, to be honest, how would any participating team from any country in the world react when faced with a few demons from the Capital Star Warriors who are far more powerful than their peers? In particular, Xia Yan's sudden emergence and sudden display of Galaxy's power. She almost crushed the team of the North Road Kingdom with her sword. Besides, the Blizzard Army had defeated the Xiangnan Military Academy in the previous round. Under various circumstances, Jiang Xiao felt that Kimmy's choice and behavior were wise and effective. Most importantly, Jiang Xiao quite liked the freezing ray star technique of their country. On a magical level, it could seal the opponent's star technique, and on a physical level, it could use ice to restrict the opponent's movements. Should I get one for Han Jiangxue? In this arena, there would be a ranking match between the teams from the three countries in the afternoon. As for tomorrow, there was no need to draw lots. After a day of rest, the individual finals would begin the day after. The first match in the morning was supposed to be for the third and fourth place, but judging from the current situation, Martha would definitely not be able to go to the arena since she was in Jiang Zhao's Calamity World. Hence, Assassin Jack from the Nation of Will would automatically be placed third. Of course, only Jiang Xiao and a few others in the world knew about this news. Everyone else, including Jack, would have to wait until the same day to find out that he had won the third place. The second match of the individual competition was the Battle of the Chinese Civil War. On the next day, the first match was between the Nation of Will and Finn Nation for the third and fourth place, while the second match was between the Chinese Demon King team and the High Archers. The World Cup would end in 3 days. Up to now, Jiang Xiao was very satisfied with his performance. He had collected a bunch of skill points along the way, taught a few opponents a lesson, gained a few friends, and even hit a puppet and the corpse of a Star Warrior member. He was all waiting to go back and claim credit. When the skill points of the double champions are distributed, TSK. It's perfect. It's time to see what I should improve. Jiang Xiao had been thinking about the Humming Whale's Sea Dream star technique. Sea Dream connects with a specific target mentally and senses. Diamond quality LV. 1. Since the Humming Whale could deprive Jiang Xiao of his senses and wander around with his consciousness, would it be able to control a body if he upgraded it to another grade? In the world of the Calamity Shadow, the Humming Whale had already tried to invade the brain of the puppet, but it could only connect with the other party mentally and sense its senses. It could not control the puppet's body. What if I upgraded the Sea Dream star technique? Would I be able to achieve that goal after reaching star quality? Martha's star techniques were created by the Star Warrior member, Liana. That combination, that quality, although there were only 16 of them, they were truly powerful assassins that had formed their own system. If Jiang Zhao's wish was great, but it was a little difficult to carry it out. The obstacle in front of him was none other than the skill points. After the match, Jiang Zhao's total skill points reached 34675. However, the Humming Whale Sea Dream Star technique was of diamond quality, and upgrading it by a small level would require 10,000 skill points. In order to upgrade the Sea Dream Star technique from level 1 to star quality, he would need a total of 90,000 skill points. Screw you. Bang. Don't control it. Screw me harder. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed in it? A voice asked from the front. Jiang Xiao sat in minibus and looked up, only to see Xia Yan resting her elbows on the back of the seat and resting her chin on her elbows. She was staring curiously at Jiang Xiao, who was in a daze. Jiang Xiao leaned back and looked at the scenery outside the window with a despondent expression. He sighed and said, "It's so hard on me. Why aren't you looking at Weibo? It's going viral." Xia Yan handed the mobile phone to Jiang Xiao and giggled. "Is there no Wi-Fi in this bus?" Jiang Xiao smiled and grabbed her mobile phone. Slightly surprised, he asked, "You seem to be in a good mood, huh? It's fine if you don't want to be the main attacker. I'm happy to watch Shueshua show off her prowess." Xia Yan nodded and hurriedly reached out to point at the screen of the mobile phone. "Look, they're all waiting for you to post on Weibo." "What's that idiom again?" Xia Yan thought about it for a while and said with a charming smile, "I'm waiting to be fed. Send it." Jiang Xiao used Xia Yan's account and began a post on Weibo. While editing the text, he lowered his head and said, "I can draw some traffic for you. You only have a few 100,000 fans. Isn't it embarrassing?" Xia Yan pressed her hand against the back of Jiang Zhao's head and pressed it down forcefully. She then muttered, Stinky brother. Hong Yin, just posted from Huawei P30 Pro. Hello, everyone. I'm at Jiang's Iopia, a mischievous Xia Yin. Jiang Xiaopi, the light of my life, the fire of my lust. My sin, my soul. Click, Sengo, hey, get up and let me see. What are you blocking for? Are you the only one with a brain? Xia Yin pressed the back of Jiang Zhao's head and shook it left and right. She was actually just fooling around. If she used force, there was no reason that she couldn't push Jiang Xiao away. Jiang Xiao could even be thrown out of the car window by her. Jiang Xiao secretly counted the time and felt that it was almost time for someone to take a screenshot. Hence, he hurriedly deleted the Weibo post and returned the mobile phone. Xia Yin asked, "What did you post?" Jiang Zhao's northern vocabulary was very authentic. "Why are you always pulling me? I'm not posting anymore. I'm not posting anymore." Xia Yin said, "Post it if you want." The camera zoomed out, and the minibus was seen driving on the street. 5 minutes later, Xia Yin suddenly roared in anger, and the vehicle seemed to be swaying left and right. Jiang, Xiao, Pai. There are a lot of doujinshi works of the experts on Weibo. Second last, little Jiang Xue, Xia Yin, and some pets are welcome to take a look. Weibo name, You Loves Writing. Chapter 948. On the 28th of July, at the Belan City Olympic Stadium. The audience was in an uproar, and outside the stadium, people from all over the world were also watching the live broadcast on television. Lili's voice was also transmitted to thousands of households in China through the TV screen. CCTV television station. CCTV television station. Welcome to the 2019 World Cup Finals. This is the Belan City Olympic Stadium, and I'm the host, Li. Yi Xuanyang replied. I'm the host, Yi Xuanyang. Lili looked at the audience excitedly and said, as early as a few rounds ago, the Olympic Stadium seemed to have become the home ground of Huaxia. On the day of the final battle, it has been completely occupied by the fiery red color. Yi Xuanyang was in a good mood. She smiled and said, the battle for the championship and runner-up will be decided by the two contestants from our country. We've already booked the championship in advance. Lili said emotionally. A month ago, when the World Cup had just started, we never thought that this year's World Cup would be comparable to or even surpass the previous one. Yi Xuanyang smiled and said, since ancient times, the Chinese people have always been able to erupt with unexpected energy at critical moments, haven't they? In such an environment, in the so-called Doomsday World Cup, the Chinese players have already booked the championship and runner-up of the individual competition. In the team competition next door, the two Demon Kings descended, and with an unstoppable momentum, they headed straight for the throne of the championship. Li said, the younger generation of Star Warriors has risen. Not only have they stepped onto the world stage, but they're also infinitely close to the peak of the human Star Warriors. I think many people, like me, have never thought that the younger generation of Chinese Star Warriors would give us such a huge surprise in this World Cup. Yi Xuanyang said softly, they're not just members of the national team, nor are they students of the Capital Star Warriors. They're also the Wasteland Reclaimers. Seeing the growth of the younger generation of soldiers, many people will be filled with a sense of security, like me, right? The two hosts were chatting at the host's seat, and their words were full of rhythm. There was no doubt that both of them had a special mission to host the competition, and the Huaxia team members had really lived up to their expectations. Their real battle results and strength were right there, allowing Yi Xuanyang and Li to express their opinions very easily and lead the tempo of the discussion. If you were eliminated in the first round, no matter how capable the two hosts were, it wouldn't be easy to manipulate them. At this time, in the changing room of the contestants, two buzzcut boys were sitting on a long bench. Jiang Xiao leaned against the wall and sat at the side, lowering his head to play with his mobile phone. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchun was quietly wiping his giant sword. As opponents in this match, the two were supposed to be in separate locker rooms. However, under Yi Qingchun's insistence, the two did not separate. Chief team leader Gong Jiren and the other coaches knew about the relationship between the two, so they didn't stop them. Chen suddenly called out, "Pippi." "Ah." Without looking up, Jiang Shao muttered, "You call me master on Weibo. Why are you calling me Pippi when we're just meeting?" Chan's hand, which was wiping the giant blade, stopped and said, "Pippi is more intimate and there's no sense of distance. Wouldn't it be easier to talk to him if he trained under you in the future?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "A strict teacher produces a brilliant disciple." "All right," Chun said, "My family has already prepared an apprenticeship ceremony and a gift for me. I'd like to invite you to return to China with me after the World Cup." "Huh?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and suddenly thought of a song. He swayed his head and hummed it. "I rode a white horse through 3 trials. I changed into plain clothes and returned to China." Chen had a strange expression on her face. She thought, how can you be so good at Hokkien? As someone from the Central Plains, Chen definitely couldn't understand Hokkien. She had a belief that as long as she could understand Cantonese or Hokkien, the other party would definitely be bad at it. Chen turned to look at Jiang Shao, who was leaning against the wall on the right, and said, "Why don't you come home with me?" "Sure, since your family values me so much, I'll have to bear the consequences." Jiang Shao chuckled and continued to lower his head while tapping on the screen of his mobile phone. Chun was overjoyed and said happily, "You'll definitely like the gift for me to become your apprenticeship." Judging from her attitude and tone, she seemed to be very confident about the gift that her family had prepared. Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "What gift? Do you think I'm greedy for your gift? I'm just interested in your talent. You have such long arms and legs, and you're so agile. You're so determined. You're like an unpolished jade. If I don't polish and polish it, wouldn't it be against the heavens?" As he spoke, Jiang Shao began to believe in himself. Hee. Chen burst into laughter upon hearing the compliment. "What weapon are you going to use later?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Make a guess." Chen suggested, "Use a giant blade. Use a pair of giant blades. Show me your strongest skills and defeat me in a crushing manner." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. However, Chun said with a serious expression, "Everyone in my family will be watching this competition. Show them how good you are." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and realized that Chun was behaving strangely. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Chun. Chun asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said with a serious expression, "Although I've agreed to be your disciple, we haven't performed this ceremony yet. In other words, you're still under my assessment period. If you don't perform well in the competition and I don't think you're qualified, I'll probably reject you as my disciple." Chun said anxiously, "Don't, Pippi." As they spoke, the host's voice could be heard from the television hanging on the wall. Although it was in English, the 2 buzzcut boys could understand it. The host contestant, Jack, who had been waiting for his opponent to no avail, won immediately and became the 3rd runner-up of the 2019 World Cup. While the 2 of them were talking, the people of the world had been waiting for Martha to appear. Of course, even if Martha came, she probably wouldn't be able to participate in the competition. Instead, she would be taken away and investigated. Jiang Shao knew that it was impossible for Martha to appear. At this moment, she was sitting in a daze in the stone villa. The organizers had obviously considered this problem. After all, Martha was abducted by the members of the Star Conversion Organization. Hence, they had a backup plan. 10 minutes later, after communication between the organizers and the national team, Jiang Shao and Chun were invited out of the locker room and began their pre-match warm-up so that the people of the world wouldn't have to wait. The national team was still divided into 2 groups, with 3 people on each side. The head coach, Gong Jiren, was very good at conducting himself. He chose to be Chun's coach and brought him to the west side of the field. Chun wasn't surprised by his choice of weapon. It was just a giant sword. However, on Jiang Zhao's side, the coaches were still carrying a large bag full of weapons. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what weapon Jiang Shao would use. Who knew what Jiang Shao would do until the very last moment? In fact, Jiang Shao hadn't made a final decision yet, but he had already made a decision. Since he was going to become I Ching Chen's master, Jiang Shao decided to use the heavenly halberd. As the two Chinese players warmed up, the atmosphere became lively again. Lili exclaimed, "This is the first time? This is the first time in the history of the World Cup that two teams from the same country are competing for the championship. It's a Chinese civil war, and it's an auxiliary civil war." Yi Xuanyang nodded and said, "Who would have thought that the two teams that will stand at the top of the world and fight it out would be two medical assistants?" The half-hour warm-up period gave the two hosts a chance to build momentum. Jiang Shao also saw some familiar faces in the audience. In the front row, he saw his teammates, such as Wu Haoyang, Lu Yang, Zhang Xiao, Ethereal, Yao Cheng Wang, and some others. Similarly, he also saw some classmates and former opponents, such as Kai Yao, Qin Zhuang, Yu Yu, and Lu Ming. If nothing went wrong, no matter who won, all the members of the individual competition would follow them to the stage and receive the trophy of the Star Warriors World Cup as a team. That's Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. It's all because that person's appearance is too outstanding. Even though she was hidden in a sea of red, he could still see the figure that he hadn't seen for a long time. She had short blonde hair, sunken eyes, blue eyes, thin lips, a mighty body, and a handsome face. Miss Wu Yao. Jiang Shao lifted his legs to warm up and ran over without leaving a trace. As Jiang Shao approached, the commotion became louder and louder. Jiang Shao waved at the audience, and everyone got the wrong idea. The fiery red color of the area immediately flared up. "Long time no see." Jiang Shao looked up and saw Wu Yao, who was standing in the first row and blocking the view of the audience. Wu Yao raised her head slightly and smirked. "Tsk tisk." Jiang Shao looked around and said, "You're fair and chubby. You seem to be living a good life, huh? What have you been doing recently?" Wu Yao said, walking around and looking around. Oh, Jiang Shao was envious. Before she graduated, she had said that she wanted to fulfill her dream and travel to every corner of the world. She would either die on the journey of her dreams or return to Daming Province and the grassland in her twilight years, counting the stars and reminiscing about her life before finally dying under the starry sky. She was a world-class Star Warrior shield that came in sixth place in the previous World Cup. She was Han Jiangshue's teammate, but the path she took was different from everyone else. Song Chuanxi had joined the Wasteland Reclaimers and had been promoted to become the third in command of the Wasteland Reclaimers Apprentice Army of the capital Star Warriors University. Hisu stayed in school for postgraduate studies and would graduate next year. He should be staying in school to teach. Han Jiangxue was still leading the students to complete the unfinished goal of leading the team to the championship. Her future focus would definitely be on the Guardians of the Night. In the past 2 years, the team that used to be fixed had gone their separate ways. As Jiang Shao arrived, the camera shifted, and everyone in China who was watching also saw Wu Yao. They wondered if Song Chuanxi and Hisu were watching the competition and how they would feel when they saw the familiar figure. Jiang Shao said, "Don't leave after the competition. Come to the locker room to celebrate like last time." Wu Yao leaned against the railing and looked down at Jiang Shao. "Are you sure you can win?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "I'm the champion of China no matter what. I'll drink champagne with you later." Ha ha. Wu Yao laughed heartily and stroked her short blonde hair out of habit. Her blue eyes lit up slightly, as if she had returned to her school days. "Okay." Jiang Shao clenched his fist and tiptoed to reach out. Wu Yao also clenched her fist and leaned forward to bump her arm gently with Jiang Zhao's fist. Jiang Shao asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Wu Yao's face stiffened and she was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "I have a friend who can hold his liquor well. He can't be compared to you, but he's a heavy smoker. You'll have a common topic to talk about." Wu Yao's beautiful eyes suddenly turned into two pupils, and she said in a threatening manner, "I've been holding it in for a few hours ever since I entered the arena. Do you have to remind me?" Even their eyes are exactly the same. They're so compatible, huh? Jiang Xiao laughed and walked backward. Humph. Wu Yao looked at the mischievous look on Jiang Zhao's face and could no longer maintain her stiff expression. She smiled faintly and said, "Rascal, you're still as annoying as ever." The cameras were pointed at them, and the images froze. In the small hall of the hotel in Muhei Market, Han Jiangxue looked at the familiar face with a smile on her face. Along the way, there were still many people who lived in her memory, but she had no idea where they had gone. The alternate name of the book had been confirmed as Star Advent. It would be difficult to find a word to replace toxic milk if they wanted to name it in the same way as 9-Star XX. Hence, everyone would find it hard to be satisfied, and hence, they had no choice but to change the format. Star Advent referred to the descent of star warriors, star beasts, star beads, and star techniques into the world. It could also be regarded as the descent of Jiang Xiao, the General Star. It was a rather fitting and impressive name for the book. I hope everyone will like it. Besides, I'd like to emphasize again that this is an alternate name that will be used in some activities. The original title of the book will not be changed. Thank you for your suggestions and help. Chapter 949. I was wondering why this figure looked so familiar. She's a member of the team competition in the previous World Cup. She's the shield warrior of our Huaxia capital, Star Warriors University, Wu Yao. Lily said frantically as she introduced the girl who was chatting and laughing with Jiang Xiao to everyone. Yi Xuanyang said emotionally, "Yeah, Wu Yao. 2 years ago, her team came in 6th place in the World Cup, and her teammate, Han Jiangxue, is still fighting in the World Cup." Lily suddenly said, "Oh?" The referee blew his whistle, signaling the start of the match. What kind of weapon will Jiang Xiaopi choose? He chose the Sky Piercer. Yi Xuanyang was puzzled. Contestant Yi Qingchun has changed. She has picked up 2 giant blades. Had she already learned how to use the giant blades from Shrimpy? You should know that in the previous matches, she had always been holding a single greatsword. Of course, Lily didn't know what was going on. She just said, "It's time for the pre-match exchange. Let's hear what they have to say." Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth and snickered. According to reliable sources, the two of them shared a lounge. Whatever they wanted to say, they probably finished it in the lounge, right? Jiang Xiao stood on the west side of the arena and looked at Yi Qingchun curiously. He stared at the 2 giant swords in her hands and asked, "What's this? Surprise?" Yi Qingchun carried a giant blade on his back and said with a smile, "Be careful." Jiang Xiao blinked his eyes. "Is this girl playing some kind of trick on me?" The two of them had fought once during the internal selections of the national team. However, it was just a small fight, and Yi Qingchun did not use much of his star techniques. As teammates, the two of them were very familiar with each other's star techniques. At the very least, Jiang Xiao was very familiar with each other's star techniques, which had distinct regional characteristics. There were many star techniques from the Central Province, and there was also a platinum quality pet. The star techniques of the Ghost Monk clan and the Star Beasts. Star Beasts referred to the Star Demons, and Star Ghouls in the Star Caves and Dimensional Spaces in the Central Plains were all auxiliary star techniques that were very practical. Jiang Xiao spun the sky halberd in his hand, and his eyes turned slightly red. He then began to activate his star technique, Rain of Tears. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in his internal star map. Archery Mastery has leveled up. Gold quality level 6. It seemed that the battle between the gardener's skin and the sparring partner's skin was rather valuable. Once his archery mastery reached platinum quality, Jiang Xiao should have the ability to summon the Withering Bow, right? After the World Cup, it was time to prepare the star beads for the bow and arrow star map. I wonder what star beads will be rewarded for this World Cup. The two of them were silent on the stage, but the atmosphere in the arena was getting more and more heated. After a short 5-minute pre-match exchange, the referee moved his gaze away from his watch and looked at the two in turn. Are the students of both sides ready? Jiang Xiao looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and nodded. Yi Qingchun nodded as well. The referee blew his whistle. Beep beep. Begin. The drizzle fell. and the two figures disappeared at the same time. Ah, I've long known that these two have the same style. So cool. How good would it be if I could teleport? I can ambush widows at night. On the green field, Jiang Shao held his heavenly halberd and appeared directly in Yi Qingqin's position. Yi Qingqin's body also flickered and appeared in the corner on the right. With a simple action, everyone could tell who was attacking and who was defending. A shadow suddenly appeared beside Yi Qingqin, and Yi Qingqin flickered again. In the field tear domain, Jiang Shao discovered that Yi Qingqin had flickered to the corner on the west side of the field. Was she clearly trying to distance herself from him? Yi Qingqin raised her hand abruptly, and Jiang Shao was taken aback. He hurriedly flashed away. Regardless of whether she was summoning blessing or casting silence, Jiang Shao didn't want to be hit. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Yi Qingqin actually summoned a star that fell from the sky. Jiang Shao grinned and waved his hand as well. A ray of blessing light shone down and enveloped the star that was descending from the sky. The star fell from the sky at a very fast speed. However, the ray of blessing was even faster. Jiang Shao could tell that Yi Qingqin was trying to increase her speed. She had the red star falling star technique of the star soul, and could increase her speed and agility to a certain extent after infusing the star into her body. However, how could Jiang Shao let her succeed? Yi Qingqin also subconsciously dodged. Not only did she dodge the ray of blessing, but she also dodged the white star that smashed down. The three types of star beasts in the star cave: star spirits, star ghosts, and star demons. Each had different star techniques for summoning stars. However, in terms of appearance, the 6 stars were all white in color. Hence, be it teammates or opponents, they wouldn't be able to tell which type of star the user had summoned before the star landed on their bodies. However, Jiang Shao, who was familiar with Yi Qingqin, knew very well that it was definitely red star falling. It was because Yi Qingqin only had 4 star techniques: star demons, white star falling, healing; blue star falling, restoring star power; star ghost, black star falling, attacking target; and star spirits, red star falling, increasing speed. The competition had just begun, and there was no need for her to recover, let alone harm herself. In other words, she would definitely use red star falling to increase her speed. Yi Qingqin refused to believe it and flashed to another corner to summon another star. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly, giving Yi Qingqin a great shock and feeling extremely helpless. His subconscious reaction was to dodge. However, Jiang Shao merely raised his hand and did not summon blessing. In fact, he flashed and arrived at the spot where the star fell. Whoosh! The star that descended from the sky poured directly into Jiang Zhao's body, making him feel much lighter. Yi Qingqin was speechless. Lily explained, "Oh, it seems that Jiang Xiaopi has the upper hand in the first few rounds." Yi Xuanyang chuckled and said, "You have to be very careful when fighting against Xiaopi. Otherwise, you'll be easily tricked by the toxic healer." Yi Qingqin seems to have increased his opponent's physical attributes. Yi Qingqin looked at Jiang Shao with a sullen gaze and remained motionless for a while. A rotating red star quickly appeared on Jiang Zhao's body. He raised his halberd and pointed it at Yi Qingqin. "Qingqin, there are bad people out there." As he spoke, Jiang Shao tilted his body abruptly, and a ray of blessing brushed past his shoulder before landing. In the corner of the other half of the arena, Yi Qingqin's Shadow Master began to show its power. Yi Qingqin's eyes froze and instantly turned pitch black. At this moment, her big eyes no longer had the scara. They had become completely pitch black, and even her pupils had disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's entire world changed. There was still a grassy field beneath his feet, but the spectators' stands in all directions had already turned into night. There were also some stars hanging in the sky, just like the distant stars in the deep night sky. Central Plains. Night Town. Double night duck star technique. Night curtain. Creates a dark night with twinkling stars that confuses one's sense of direction. Silver quality. The moment Jiang Shao made eye contact with Yi Qingqin, his heart trembled violently. Although the effect of this level of soul trembling was not as good as Starlina's star technique, it was still acceptable. Central Plains, Night Town, Double Night, Duck Star Technique, Night Eye, Night Vision, sees through illusions and unnatural darkness, can intimidate those who look at it. Gold quality. Ring, a bell was pressed against Jiang Zhao's chest. After tears cleansed, the night around Jiang Xiao instantly disappeared. I Ching Chun suddenly appeared behind Jiang Xiao and slashed at him. Ding! Jiang Xiao tilted his body abruptly and dodged the blessing of a shadow master. At the same time, he raised the halberd in his hand and collided with the giant sword behind him. However, Jiang Xiao did not block it with brute force. Instead, he sent I Ching Chun's giant sword flying towards him to the ground. Bang! Jiang Xiao closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at I Ching Chun's eyes at all. He raised his right foot and green glow appeared under his shoe before kicking I Ching Chun's chest. Bang! I Ching Chun's chest suddenly emitted a red glow. He was not afraid of Jiang Zhao's attack at all. Instead, he blocked it. The two of them were sent flying backward by 8 meters. Each of them cast a beam of blessing, and the two of them flickered almost at the same time to avoid each other's blessings. From this moment onwards, the two of them had completely turned into ghostly shadows that flickered continuously. Only their fleeting figures were left in the arena. When they appeared, they were only in combat positions and did not move at all. It was as if neither of them was willing to walk and were solely relying on the space-time rift to flicker crazily. This time, the audience was not mesmerized by the scene. Instead, they were dumbfounded. Lily turned to look at Yishu and Yang and said awkwardly, "This scene reminds me of the scene where Shrimpy fought against Saito Nobuyuki in the previous season." Yes. Yishu and Yang nodded repeatedly. There were cherry blossoms in that match, and it was drizzling. It was a beautiful scene. For this match, Lily was also a little troubled and did not know how to explain it. Apart from I Ching Chun's Shadow Master who was observing the scene, we could only hear the sound of weapons clashing. TSK. Look at this scene, how shocking. Hearing the commentator trying to find something to say, the comments on the live streaming platform were also filled with comments. You two are really mysterious and elusive experts. Ordinary people like us don't deserve to watch this game. No, you guys can show off, I like it. The key is that you have to let me see it. I skipped work in the afternoon just to watch it rain on the football field. These two people, damn it, the camera can't even capture them? Given the current situation, no one would notice if they secretly kissed each other, right? Shocking. The champion and runner-up of the 2019 season are actually doing something improper in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of the entire world. Cut out. My brother-in-law will be coming down with Xiaopi in a while. I'm going to buy some supplements for my sister-in-law. You guys continue chatting. I'll go shopping first. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.